so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community. not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government.
Clerk, roll call.
Supervisor McGordy.
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Here.
Supervisor Hashak.
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Here.
and Chair Williams.
Here. Supervisor Mulhern is offered to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Public expression.
Yes, we do have 4 people signed up for public expression. One moment while we get them playing.
First on the line will be Ron Edwards.
Morning, board. I am just frustrated and through this whole procedure. And, you know, since 2017, when we started working on the cannabis ordinance, the chambers were packed. There were hundreds of people that were there, comments, multiple comments, and it just took a long time. In fact, a lot of times the comments were limited. There were so many speakers. And we as a community were just getting organized in this political procedure. And we were told that, you know, it might be good if we organized and had some representatives represent us rather than such a large group. So several organizations were formed, consultants had interest. I know Julia Carrera has 70 clients, Chantel has 70 clients, Mo represents 26 people in Covelo, MCA has over 130 members who they speak with. They come and present to you with ideas from their members and clients. And I myself am a public advocate. I am here at Redwood MAC meetings, wherever the Willis Environmental Center is, trying to understand the issues and then bring that perspective to the board, along with the 5 clients that I work with. So when you hear just from 7 people, it is not just the 7 people. And I'm not sure if you want us to go back to where there's 100 people making comments or these group of people representing a larger audience. So I just wanted to bring that to the board. If there's a better way we can do this instead of just the 7 of us and go back to the 100, we should do that, or should we stay with the representation that we have? Thank you very much for your time.
Next on the line will be Michael Katz.
Good morning, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I want to thank you for the opportunity to comment today. I want to also appreciate that public expression was put back at the beginning of the meeting. I think that this is the best place for it, easiest way to engage the public and allow people to know when they can participate in these hearings. I also want to encourage the adoption of the raise hand feature on the Zoom meetings during agenda items, so that if folks who are listening want to ask a question, they can raise a hand. We're seeing this technology utilized in many, many other settings, and especially we're considering maintaining the hybrid option to keep a digital meeting and a in-person meeting. I think that this relatively simple adoption would really provide a lot more public input opportunities. Please consider that and consider adopting it into future meetings. Thank you so much.
And we appreciate that feedback. We are looking at how to more effectively run hybrid meetings. Today we have 1 clerk, and we borrowed another fill-in for 2 hours from the assessor's office. It's a very short-staffed meeting, and this has been a pattern recently. So there's some amount of struggling, but we're going to make every attempt to have an effective hybrid model.
Next on the line is Jan McGordy. Jan, go ahead and unmute.
Good morning, board. My name is Jan McGordy. I noticed that there's only 1 regular meeting scheduled this month, which happens to be today, which has a very long agenda. with some really important items, and there's a number of items on the consent calendar that look like they should be discussed. So I'm questioning if this is good governance to have only one regular meeting scheduled, because I don't think it's showing respect to our supervisors. It's been scientifically proven that extended Zoom meetings are unhealthy, and extended meetings in general cause exhaustion and can impede good decision making. So I'm hoping that in the future that the county will please show more professionalism by creating more workable agendas, even if this requires more frequent regular meetings. Thank you very much, and good luck with this meeting.
So Jan, before you leave,
Yes.
there are more than one regular meeting scheduled for the month of March. We had one on March 1st. We had an all day on March 2nd. This is a second regular meeting all day on the 15th. And I believe there may be a special meeting on the 21st.
Well, I apologize.
And if any supervisor wants additional meetings, we can certainly add regular to this month. I'm available 7 days a week. I think most of the board is.
Thank you, Ted.
We had one more caller registered, but they are not on the line. And that concludes public expression.
Okay, an announcement, item 3G has been withdrawn by the sponsors. I imagine it'll come back at a future date, even better. And we're on to agenda item number 3, consent calendar. Has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established.
Do supervisors have any items they'd like to pull for separate consideration or comment?
Yes, I'd like to pull item 3R, please.
3R for comment or separate consideration?
For separate consideration.
Okay. Any others? Okay, let's start with 3R. Supervisor McGuire.
So 3R is a contract with RCS concerning our new CRT. And I have a few concerns. One of them being that the lease is $1 a month. And while I understand that the county is trying to subsidize this facility, I just have some real concerns about, having adequate funding for things like maintenance, because this is going to be used 24/7, and I want our facilities to be top notch, especially for those that are receiving the public and where we have people staying. I'm concerned that there's no maintenance budget, and as we're later going to talk about in parks, a lack of maintenance in Mendocino County is, extraordinary. So I want to be assured that we have some way of putting money aside into some sort of reserve account, so that we properly take care of a facility that's going to receive heavy use. I'm very excited about the fact that we now have an additional mental health facility in Mendocino County that serves a very special niche purpose. And that's for transition when people are ill to coming back to a more normal pace where they can be kind of accompanied and helped. The other thing I'm very concerned about too is we start going into things that are funded by Measure B. I want to be sure that our facilities are available to everybody, not just those on Medi-Cal. And I guess this has been a discussion with both the BHAB and Measure B committees that there should be a way for private insurance to be able to access our facilities. We're now going to have 2 facilities that will be receiving mostly Medi-Cal patients. At this point, I don't think that there's anything in there for how to take in private insurance. When you have a medical health crisis in your family, you need support, and you want to be able to have a facility close at hand. You don't want to be shipping your loved ones off to Vallejo or Stockton or somewhere else far away. You want to be able to interact with them. And at the moment, only Medi-Cal patients are being received are planned to be received by CRT. And it's the same thing with the PUF unit will, at this point, may be very well the same. So it's really time for us to figure out a way. How do we get private insurance billed properly so that we can have them have services delivered to them here locally. If it's not inside of the capacity of our staff, then it can be subbed out to companies who can do the insurance billing. So we need to have a discussion about this before we make permanent arrangements for how we're going to receive patients and bill for them. So that's most of my concerns. And finally, just a question to Dr. Miller is, when do we think the CRT is going to be open? How are we coming along with our licensing? Because the facility's been finished since December and it's still sitting empty, and I just wondered what's going on. Thank you.
Dr. Miller, would you like to answer?
Sure. Good morning, Dr. Janine Miller, Behavioral Health Director. So I'll try to answer a couple different questions that Supervisor Mcguire had. To start, the contract in front of you is a Medi-Cal contract and an indigent contract because that's the population we serve through the county. I can't write a contract for private insurance. I don't have that right to do so. We have encouraged that the CRT operator work with our private insurance companies to accept allow their clients to be placed there and allowed to be able to bill for those services. That is a hope that's really on the private insurance companies to decide that they will contract with a provider for that service. I don't have, we don't have control over that. We do have the ability to bill private insurance, and we do that. Oftentimes, we get no, they don't reimburse us. So we can bill. We don't usually get a reimbursement. It's not for the lack of being able to build. It's a lack for what they're willing to reimburse us for. So it has been recommended to Redwood that they work hard to be able to get private insurance to pay for the beds. I just can't write a contract that says private insurance will pay for a bed because I have no control over private insurance. My contracts are for Medi-Cal and our indigent population because that's the population we serve in Mendocino County. The PUF is being built to be able to accept all insurances, Medi-Cal, Medicare, and private insurance. But once again, it's up to that private insurance company to want to contract with that entity to be able to have their patients be able to get the service there. So it's really not on the county's part of the mental health system. It's really on the private insurance to say, yes, we're willing to work with that entity and we're willing to pay for that service. It is something we've talked about for many years about how private insurance has to change and has to start serving Mendocino County clients within Mendocino County and be willing to pay for the services that are available. And that's a barrier that we've seen. We are hopeful that the new legislation with the change in parity laws, we're seeing a lot of push out from the state on parity about private insurance companies having to come up to parity, which should show that all services should be reimbursed. And so I'm hoping to see some change in what private insurance will reimburse over the next couple of years. In regards to operating expenses, long-term capital expenses to be able to maintain the property, it is something that we need to look at through Measure B. We should have a capital facilities reserve set aside for long-term maintenance. We can look at some point looking at the cost for the facility. This was what was agreed upon. This is how the RFP went out as a $1 a month fee to reduce the cost for the per day rate. So it was more reasonable to be able to use the facility within Mendocino County. But I think looking at some of the Measure B funds as a capital facilities reserve, so we can maintain our 3 buildings. The 2 we currently have, the PUF that we are building long term, is something that needs to be looked at. We've been looking at how to estimate that based on looking at all the different repairs across the lifespan of what you're looking at, whether it's a roof, a driveway, a painting. How do you estimate that, and what does that look like for the different 3 facilities that we have? As in regards to licensure, they are almost done. They need the agreements today signed so that the state will finalize their license. So they are in front of you today. That is what Department of Healthcare Services is waiting for, is the signed agreements today from this board so they can finalize their license, was the last update I got.
So just a quick question, Janine, on the actual billing. So we're paying around $900,000 a year to RCS for placing patients there. So who actually gets reimbursed by Medi-Cal? Is it us or is it RCS?
So the way it works is that we get the reimbursement in the sense that way the Medi-Cal works is that we have to pay our provider up front before we can submit to be reimbursed by Medi-Cal. So they will provide the service. They will be the bill the county. The county reimburses for a billable service. Obviously, we have to review to make sure every service that they submit is billable and meets Medi-Cal standards. Then we can bill the state for a reimbursement. So we will get reimbursed because the payment has to be paid up front to our providers. That's the way Medi-Cal works. You pay first, then you can bill for reimbursement. It's usually it's about a 60% reimbursement. So you have to figure that a portion is realignment, and then a portion is federal financial participation reimbursement from the states and feds.
Okay, thank you. That answers a lot of my questions.
John?
Thank you. So going off of Supervisor McGordy's question about the facility cost. So what I'm hearing is that we don't exactly know what the upkeep cost will be, all the costs besides this contract. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we're working on what the long term of what is it going to be to maintain each of the buildings, because you've got the training center, right? You've got a maintenance fee of the training center. You've got a maintenance fee for your CRT, and then when we build the PUF, you're going to have a maintenance fee, but it's a maintenance fee of how much you're going to spend yearly, and then what are you going to have to spend at a 10-year mark, a 5-year mark, a 15-year mark, a 30-year mark, right? So you have to estimate that out, and we are in the process of looking at that.
Okay, and will that be reported to the Measure B committee or back to the board?
We plan to bring it to Measure B to propose a capital reserve, a capital facilities reserve. We do believe, after looking at the numbers currently, that there will be, even after building the psychiatric health facility, there will be some dollars still within the capital facilities, that 75%, that could go potentially a little bit for another project, but also to create a capital facilities reserve so that we have some reserve for the next 10 to 15 years to maintain our buildings.
Okay, thank you.
Can I invite a motion on, actually, clerk, do we have any public comment on this consent item?
This is item 3R, correct?
Correct.
We do have one comment on item 3R, and we do have two commenters on the line still for public expression. The commenter for 3R is Jan McGordy, and we'll bring her in now.
Hello again. So I had some concerns about this particular item. I understand that the $900,000 per year going to the contractor to provide initial services, but it doesn't say in the contract that that would be repaid if there's Medi-Cal payments. So that concerns me that on top of what Medi-Cal brings, if they will just keep that $900,000 a year. So where's the budget? That's my question. Where's the budget? Where's an estimated annual income and expense sheet? Also, there's no specific details of what services will be provided. And finally, there seems to be a conflict of interest since RCS, who is the contractor, is the same as RQMC, or a division of RQMC. So where will oversight be? Who's going to look after this? We never see financials from RCS. Also, is it possible to get a billing contractor to provide for the private insurance billings? Because this is an ongoing issue. And every time that in the past that I have asked for help from RCS to get private billing, I've just gotten the runaround and it's never happened. So I really think that your board needs more specific information before you think about approving this contract. Thank you.
That concludes public comment for this specific consent item.
Dr. Miller, do you have any response to Jan McGordy's concerns?
No, I don't have any response.
Can I invite a motion from the supervisors? Do we want to pass this today or hold off?
knowing that we need the licensing, also knowing that there was requests for proposals that went out, and this is the only qualified bidder that applied for this contract. I would like to see it approved today. I do think that it's important for Dr. Miller and the board to carefully watch the expenses and make sure that we are getting our reimbursements. And I trust that the contractor will be able to do that. I don't know if you want to just take this item separately, but I would make an motion to approve this.
Dan?
Dr. Miller, would it be possible to for the county to have a separate company if needed to do the billing for private insurance?
We don't, that would be up to the provider, right? So we would not be the biller. The biller for private insurance will be done by the provider. So it would be up to RCS to decide how they want to do their billing for private insurance. We don't hold that. We're contracting it out. And so the private insurance has to be connected to that provider. I know that they are in the process of getting connected with private insurance. It's not an easy, it's a lot of work, and they have been in the process of becoming, working with private insurance to be able to take private insurance. That has been something they've been working on specifically, Redwood has. So I know it's in the work. I know it's something that they're working on, but it would be up to them because it's their billing department that would bill the private insurance. That would not come directly through the county. In other words, we would have to then become certified, and we would have to be the provider. So it would be something that Redwood would do directly. I know that they do bill for services both through like partnership and Medi-Cal. We've never had an issue with them billing and meeting their billable timeframes or submitting the appropriate documentation through Redwood. So that's not something I've been worried about on the Medi-Cal front. I would assume they would be also able to handle the private insurance with no problem.
Glenn?
Janine, can we at least get it so that members of our medical plan and Ukiah Unified and people inside of the county could be reimbursed if they have mental health problems and need to stay at our local facilities?
So we have two options, right? So it's up, we can push, we can definitely tell Redwood that we expect them to work with every private insurance company. And the expectation is that they work with them so that we can get reimbursed. The other option, if a private insurance company decides not to contract, would be to possibly set aside some Measure B funds, the service funds, to pay for that service that the private insurance company won't pay for. So those would be the two reimbursement options, right? We push to make sure, but once again, it really comes down to private insurance deciding that they want to contract with a provider. So Redwood could be the only provider, and they could say no, we're just not interested in contracting with you. I don't think that will happen. But it's really up to that private insurance company because they are their own business, right? They get to decide who they want to contract and for what. But we can definitely push it. We can recommend it. We can, definitely say it's needed for your clients within this community. If they choose not to, the other option is to look at, do we take some of the Measure B service funds and have it as a contingency to be able to pay for those clients when their private insurance won't pay. So that is an option. Unfortunately, I think we should be pushing on private insurance. They need to pay their fair share, and they need to provide services for our community within our community. And we have them available, so they should pay for this service. That's how I feel. But it will be up to that individual insurance company to agree to want to contract with our provider.
Well, I would hope that our two largest insurers in Mendocino County would at least work with RCS on this to be sure that we have coverage. And we need to do some follow-up on this. I'm willing to help.
Thank you. I'm happy to make sure Redwood knows that. And if I hear of any issues with them not wanting the contract, I will let you guys know.
Dan?
Dr. Miller, I was thinking maybe if we approve this today, maybe we could have a report back within 60 days about feedback they've received from the insurance providers. I think you're right. I think the push needs to be with the insurance providers. Of course, all the school districts in Mendocino County have health insurance for their employees. There's a number of larger employers in the county So it's probably more or less the same insurance providers covering most people in Mendocino County. Blue Cross, I would guess, being one of them. So Blue Shield. So anyway, so I think if we could maybe have a report back within 60 days, are the largest insurance providers in Mendocino County enrolled and working with Redwood? And if they're not, then we need to know that. And for example, we have the good fortune of having our local assembly member being chair of the health committee. I'm sure he'd be willing to step in and maybe even meet with some of the insurance providers if they were reluctant to provide in-county service to Mendocino County residents.
I'm happy to bring that back. I have I think May 3rd, to be off a little bit, I have a Measure B presentation to the board just to update on all the projects. So I will add that to the presentation to give you an update of where we are on the CRT and private insurance.
Fun.
Well, thank you, Janine. I'm just really excited about us having local facilities, and I want them to be good facilities that serve all of Mendocino County people, because we're all chipping in on this. It's all Measure B funds. The whole purpose of it was that we wanted to be sure that when someone had a mental health crisis, they could get treated and treated well. And I think that's something this board, to a member, is behind, and as are many of our public advocates for mental health. So we're work with us, Janine, and make this turn out good.
Can I invite a motion?
I still move approval, so I just need a second.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Clerk, we're ready to vote.
Supervisor McGorty,
Abstain.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Can I get
Supervisor
clarification? Are we voting on just R?
We're voting on just item 3R.
We are? Okay.
Supervisor Hashak,
Well, just another clarification. According to our rules, you can't abstain. So
Supervisor McGorty, would you like to change your vote?
Sure, I'll vote no.
Supervisor Hashak,
no.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
and Chair Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries with Supervisors McGorty and Jurdy dissenting. Sorry, Hashak dissenting.
Are there any other items the board would like to pull? Okay, I'm going to pull item 3F. This is the proclamation, and I'd like to read it into the record. And excuse me, the county's wellness program has encouraged me to run every day, and it's pollen season, so I'm struggling a little bit. Don't take it personally. Proclamation of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors recognizing and honoring Chief Executive Officer Carmel J. Angelo for her years of service to the County of Mendocino upon her retirement, March 19th, 2022. Whereas Chief Executive Officer Carmel J. Angelo began her career in Mendocino County Health and Human Services in June 2007 after serving San Diego County for 12 years, and whereas Carmel later became Assistant Chief Executive Officer in October 2009, where she worked to reorganize the executive office and provide financial stability while functioning as Chief Financial Officer. And whereas Carmel was appointed the first female Chief Executive Officer in March 2010 and has served in that capacity for the past 12 years. And whereas Carmel spent her nearly 15-year tenure serving the rural and rustic county that is Mendocino, spanning 3,510 square miles with over 90,000 residents. And whereas Carmel was active in statewide associations, including the California Association of County Executives, where she served as the organization's president. Also, she served on the executive committee of California Association of Counties Women's Leadership Forum, and is a credentialed county senior executive and fellow from the CSAC Institute for Excellence in County Government, as well as a graduate of the University of Virginia's Senior Executive Institute. And whereas Carmel is a strong collaborator and unifier when dealing with controversial and difficult policy decisions, in 2017, she received the Distinguished Award from CACE. The following year, she received the 2018 President's Award from the Rural County Representatives of California due to her rural advocacy. For her years in leadership roles at CSAC, she received the 2019 CSAC Circle of Service Award and most recently received the 2021 CACE President's Award. And whereas while immersed in county administration and budgeting issues, Carmel remains a vocal advocate for small rural communities. Public service is always Carmel's first priority. Carmel attended the Senior Executive Institute at the University of Virginia in 2012. Immediately following her return, discussions began regarding the development of a leadership philosophy with executive leadership. With her leadership, a philosophy was developed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors on September 9th, 2013. Following came a high-performance organization curriculum and training, and to date, over 400 employees have actively been participating in a variety of activities, including leadership work teams, book club, joint leadership trainings with Humboldt County, and quarterly expanded leadership meetings. Carmel has always strived for leadership at all levels and leadership with heart, and the county is proud and committed to keep moving forward. And Carmel was instrumental in working with CSAC and Lake County to host the CSAC Institute for Excellence in County Government program in our county. This has been an exceptional opportunity for staff to participate, learn, develop valuable skills, and network. Whereas Carmel's leadership, dedication, and commitment to the county of Mendocino is to be admired and is truly appreciated by those who have had the opportunity to work with her. And whereas longtime retired Mendocino County District 1 Supervisor Carrie Brown remembers, quote, "In 2010, as chair of the Board of Supervisors, I began a close working relationship with Carmel as the new CEO. I credit her strong leadership in the guidance she gave to get the county on strong financial ground throughout the Great Recession. I thank her for her knowledge and her steadfast effort, working nonstop from one disaster to the next for Mendocino County in the past decade. Carmel Angelo gained a distinguished reputation statewide on many issues facing counties, not only from her colleagues, but also from state officials. She has earned a well-deserved rest, and I wish her the very best in retirement. Now, therefore, may it be resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Mendocino hereby recognize and honor Carmel J. Angelo for her many years of service and dedication to the County of Mendocino. This is dated March 15th, 2022. Supervisor Mcguire.
No matter what we can say, we will always remember you, Carmel. You're one of a kind, and I'm glad that I had the opportunity to work with you all these years.
John.
Yeah, I just like to say, when I was the chair starting in 2020, that the pandemic broke out, months after I started being the chair. And through all that work that I had to do closely with Carmel, that her only concern was the health and safety of the people of Mendocino County. And I really appreciated that, because every decision we had to make, that was the prime focus. It wasn't the politics, it wasn't the money, it was the life and well-being of the people here. And so it shows that, our rates have been much lower than the national average, the state average. And I think that's because of the way that Carmel Angelo really dealt with this issue from the beginning. I'm always impressed with her connections to other county officials, to state officials, wherever you need the help. And it's certainly through the crises we've had in Mendocino County, whether it's the Redwood Complex fire or any of the crises, the pandemic, it's Carmel's connections to other people and her network of relationships that has really served the county very well, I think, through all of these crises. And just her knowledge about how government works, and her extensive experience has been very helpful to, I think, the board and to the county in the whole. And her focus always on the people of Mendocino County and the employees of the county have been really remarkable. So I really will miss you, Carmel, and thank you for your service.
A lot of the issues the county faces are complicated, and if you read a meme on social media or a local tabloid, you can see a reductionist perspective where the focus is on one piece of the puzzle. And behind the scenes, what I've seen over the last 3 years, 3 months and 2 weeks, is Carmel's looking at the whole puzzle. And a lot of times, rural counties don't have the funding it takes to pull off that whole puzzle, and it's a struggle. The state may provide our fair share based on per capita formula, but it's not based on equity. A lot of services simply cost more to provide in a rural area. And so every conversation I've had with Carmel has demonstrated to me her commitment of trying to maximize the public good. And I see her as a true public servant. And I thank her for all her years. Do we have public comment on the consent calendar?
Yes, we do. First on the line is going to be Carrie Brown.
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, Ms. Angelo, and County Council. For the record, this is Carrie Brown. My statement in the proclamation said it all for me. It has been a journey for you, Carmel, and now that journey of life is just about ready to take a U-turn. I think it's one you will enjoy for the rest of your life. I know our paths will cross in the future, if not in Ukiah, certainly in San Diego. Cheers to you, Carmel. Thank you for your service to the County of Mendocino, truly. And Mr. Chair, I also want to address the other proclamation, but I'm willing to wait until the end of speaking on this one.
Okay, we'll come back to you, Carrie, and thanks for being with us today.
Thank you.
Next on the line is Senator Mike Mcguire.
Well, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the board, supervisors. Good morning, Supervisor Brown as well. It's wonderful to hear your voice. And hey, Carmel, good morning to you, and honored to join with Assemblymember Jim Wood here today. And I know he's going to have a few items to say in just a moment. But I got to say about Carmel Angelo, she has been the steady hand in our most challenging times here in Mendocino County and throughout the North Coast. Through wildfires, rebuilding our communities from these devastating mega fires, rebuilding water districts like she has done out in Redwood Valley. During the pandemic, she went to bat for patients and services to make sure that Mendocino County is served first. She's always been a tenacious advocate for rural California, but most importantly, she has been a successful advocate for coastal and inland Mendocino County. She's a champion to be able to expand high-speed internet, and she has the ability to work with all sides to bring resolution to even the crunchiest of issues. Anytime there was a problem, you can count on Carmel Angelo to solve it, no matter how big or small. She always works to get the job done. And I want to say, Carmel, your work ethic is unmatched. We're grateful for your innovative thought, your smarts, and your never take no for an answer approach. That's why the Assembly member and I are honored to be able to present the county executive with the highest honor of the California legislature, the Golden Resolution. Congratulations, Carmel. You are going to be missed. And through the chair, I'll turn it over to Assemblymember Wood.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. And it's always tough to follow Senator Mcguire. He covers so much of things here. But I too want to add my accolades to you, Carmel, for everything you've done for the county. And I didn't know this until recently, but and it gives me even greater appreciation for what you've done, certainly during this pandemic. I didn't know about your background in nursing, didn't know about your background in public health, didn't know those things. And to me, I don't know that there is a CAO in the state that had your background. And if they did, I'll try to find out, but I don't believe that's the case. And it is the reason I believe that Mendocino County fared so much better than so many places, so many rural counties in particular, during this pandemic. And so your steady leadership, those phone calls about we need help, were always welcome. And it was an honor to be able to do what we could to give you the tools to be successful. So I just want to thank you for your service. It's much appreciated. I wish you the best in your retirement, and Godspeed.
Next on the line is Graham Naus from CSAC.
Great. Good morning, Chair Williams and the board. Really pleased to have the opportunity to join you all. CSAC serves as the voice of California's 58 counties, and I've had the great opportunity to work very closely with Carmel over the last several years. She's certainly been a force for your board and for the community, a great partner with us on infrastructure, on behavioral health, on broadband related to in-home supportive services, and really to Supervisor Haschak's comment, that intricate understanding of the deep relationship between the state and counties and how to ensure that counties have the tools, the resources, the authority, and the flexibility to do things in a way that makes sense in their community. I've always really celebrated and been pleased with Carmel's willingness to bring ground truth in terms of how things actually may play out in communities, and her understanding of the politics and policy at the statewide level, in the reality that there's no progress without disruption, that you must have a strong voice fighting for your communities. And that's exactly why we brought her in when we were fighting so hard last year to get broadband funding into communities, and to use her voice related to vaccinations and testing to ensure that they were present in rural counties in California, to make progress on homelessness. Throughout the pandemic, Carmel's been one of our go-to leaders, and the same has been true for all of, on behalf of all of her colleagues throughout the state. Separate and apart from that, we have a California Counties Foundation that Carmel, that you were heavily involved in terms of our new Supervisors Institute, but also being such a strong voice to ensure that the Mendocino Lake Satellite Campus happened, that there was opportunity for county leadership and policy development that was brought to Mendocino County, to its workforce, and that in the surrounding area, which is so critical for investing in those who are performing public service. And so I am thrilled to also offer a proclamation on behalf of the California State Association of Counties and our president, Supervisor Ed Valenzuela from Siskiyou County, recognizing your great service, recognizing your role with us as a 2019 Circle of Service Award awardee, working closely with our executive committee when you were the president of the California Association of County Executives, and of course, walking the walk and the talk related to investing in yourself as someone that earned a senior executive credential in 2010 and became a CSAC Institute Fellow teaching others in 2013. So you've been a great voice for counties. You've been a close partner, and you've made us smile and work harder on behalf of Mendocino County and the California County family. And so we're thrilled to recognize that through a proclamation and express our profound gratitude for your years of service on behalf of California counties. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next on the line is Pat Blacklock from RCRC.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today, and I'm just going to share a proclamation as well that I'm proud to be able to deliver on behalf of rural counties. And I'm here not only to speak on behalf of rural counties, but also as one of Carmel's former colleagues and on behalf of her fellow CAOs. Hopefully I can take the liberty to do so. Yeah, I had the pleasure of serving as a CAO for most of Carmel's time in Mendocino County, not too far away in Yolo County. And during that time, I really watched her leadership extend well beyond Mendocino County's borders, as you heard Graham and others say earlier. And it was on a whole host of topics, from cannabis to most recently COVID, where her leadership in Mendocino County took her above and beyond to really leave a statewide imprint. And as you also heard, during that same time, when she served as the president or the chair of the County Administrators Association, she led that organization through what I would characterize as transformational change from what it had historically been, which was really probably more of a social organization, to what it is today, which is a modern professional organization that is providing really forward-thinking support for county administrators throughout the state. And that happened under Carmel's watch, and it wouldn't have happened without Carmel's leadership. And it's certainly something that I think deserves recognition. So even as Carmel was serving Mendocino County, and her actions and her leadership we're serving the entire state. And for that reason, we want to say thank you and share this proclamation that is suitable for framing. And we will take care of that as well, Carmel, and make sure we get that to you. So just want to say a huge thank you on behalf of rural counties.
Next on the line is going to be Miriam Ramirez presenting a video from John Huffman. One moment. Miriam, can you please restart it with the audio shared, please? Okay, so we are going to come back to this video from John Huffman. Sorry. Congressman Huffman. All right, next on the line will be General Services Agency Director, Janelle Rao.
Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. I didn't prepare anything to say here because I think I've been in avoidance for this day to come. I've had the distinct pleasure of working with Carmel over the years as her tenure, both when she came into the county as the HHSA Director, and then in her Assistant CEO role, and then also as the CEO. Carmel has been a mentor. She's been a friend. She's been a confidant. Our county has been fortunate to have a woman such as her in a leadership capacity. She has set the example for all of us, and from a leadership perspective, she's leaving a legacy here that will continue throughout all of our lives. As I've told Carmel, she can't get rid of me. I will be continuing to utilize Carmel in any way I can, both from a personal perspective and also in my role in the county, because her guidance has just been immeasurable. So with that, I wish her well on her retirement.
Next up is Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO.
Good morning, Board. Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson. Good morning, Carmel. So I just wanted to thank you, Carmel, for all the support and the mentoring you've given me. I've been with the county for almost 11 years, and I think we've worked pretty close for the last 11 years. When I was hired in human resources, there was not a human resources director. I believe that was you at the time. So we had a lot of close contacts with human resources, and extremely pleased to be offered the position to work in your office and have the opportunity to work close with you for the last year, and also with leadership from the initiative when it began. So I'm very pleased to be one of the 40 that started working together on the leadership philosophy. So I wish you the best. Have a wonderful time with your grandbabies, and thank you.
Next on the line is going to be John Mayfield. You can go ahead and press *6 on your phone to unmute.
So what I can say, I got to be careful about. This is John Mayfield, and I'm chiming in to congratulate Carmel on doing the job that she's done for the county over the past number of years. I've watched all of the county administrators that Mendocino has had since I helped hire Al Beltrami as the first. And Carmel's done an outstanding job of keeping the lid on a boiling pot, making sure that things move forward and got done and accomplished. Oftentimes taking a burden unto herself that should have been handled by someone else. That's her nature, to do the job thoroughly. And again, Carmel, congratulations, and enjoy your retirement and those grandkids as much as I enjoy of course I haven't retired, as my grandkids and great grandkids. But have fun, enjoy yourself, stop by once in a while. Again, congratulations, Carmel, on a job well done on behalf of the people of Mendocino County. They'll miss you.
Next on the line is Judy Morris, Deputy CEO.
Carmel, congratulations on your well-deserved, well-earned retirement. We are going to miss you. Thank you for all your work, not just with Mendocino County, but the region and the state. It's been a pleasure to work with you, not just in this capacity. It's quite an honor, but over the years as we help with issues throughout the California and counties. Thank you.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. I just have a few words for Carmel because there's not enough words and not enough time to say how much I appreciate and admire you. You have done a wonderful job with this county and have taught me so much. And watching you in the disasters in 2017 is amazing. We have gone through 3 major fires, PSPS, and 2 years of COVID. 6 a.m. in the morning to 10 p.m. at night, and if something happened in between, we were all on the line together. You pulled together a great team. Some amazing deputies have supported you over the years, and everything that was said by Supervisor Mcguire and Wood about your commitment to this county, commitment as a public servant, is to be admired and to be strived for. Best wishes to you.
All right, if you just give us one moment, we will have the video from Jared Huffman shortly.
Miriam, are you ready with the video?
I'm doing it. Hi, Darcy, this is Miriam. Scott will be transmitting the video.
Hi, everyone. I'm Congressman Jared Huffman. Very glad to join you virtually to send my best regards to Carmel upon her retirement. And my staff and I have worked with Carmel since 2012 when I was first elected to represent the 2nd Congressional District. And throughout this time, Carmel has been such a strong advocate for Mendocino County. She's provided leadership during fiscally challenging times. And that includes multiple fire disasters and a global pandemic. She has an indomitable spirit and has been a strong voice for our county, always making sure the county's needs are top of mind. Her advocacy for rural counties even extends beyond Mendocino through her leadership with multiple statewide associations, including the California Association of County Executives, Rural County Representatives of California, and the California State Associations of Counties. I am pleased to enter into the congressional record today a statement recognizing Carmel and her many contributions to the county of Mendocino. So Carmel, congratulations on your well-earned retirement. Jared Huffman, very glad to join you virtually to send my best regards to Carmel upon her retirement.
Next
My
on the
staff and
line
I have
is
worked
Christian
with
Curtis,
Carmel
County
since
Council.
2012 when I was first elected to represent the second.
Thank you, Mr.
congressional
Chair. I just want to say that it has been an honor, a privilege, and a pleasure to serving these years with Carmel, Angelo. Like Darcy, I think my first real direct work with Carmel was during the 2017 fires, and some of the work during that time is still my proudest moments in government. I remember in particular the moment that the state authorized the over-excavation remediation program and all of the work that had gone into that, and it just really helped me sort of redefine what was possible to get from state or federal government in terms of aid and assistance for the people who really needed it. And the focus was always on the fire victims, on the people who were hurt, and the people who needed the help. And while it was exhausting, it was also just so inspiring. And I just want to say that I'm very grateful for that opportunity.
All right. And the last commenter on this item is John Sakowitz. One moment while we pull him in.
Yes, good morning, Chair Williams, good morning, supervisors, and good morning, honored guests. I found this proclamation to be patently dishonest. Managing one's career and networking is not an achievement. It does nothing for the county. It mentions nothing, the proclamation mentions nothing about how we help the county. I would like to mention the ways in which Ms. Angelo has hurt the county, starting when she started as CEO. You had mass layoffs, mass firings, mass furloughs of about 1/3 of county workers, and the remaining workers were put on a salary freeze for years. Additionally, services were privatized, starting with mental health, eliminating many jobs. And those mental health contracts now go to one sole source provider in no bid contracts. Ms. Angelo, for 12 years, dominated the Board of Supervisors by controlling the clerk of the board and controlling the agenda. Ms. Angelo made an unprecedented power grab by bringing in the functions of budget, emergency services, information technology, risk management, and general services into the office. She further worked to consolidate the treasurer and the auditor's office, leaving the public with less financial information and access. She also would not release monthly financial reports and performance metrics to the Board of Supervisors, also controlling their level of governance. Our reserves are mythical. They were built on the backs of workers in vacancies and payroll charts, deferred maintenance, and unfunded pension liabilities. Measure B has yet to produce a PUF unit. Our county is the subject of ridicule in a U.S. attorney investigation, a RICO investigation on public corruption in the cannabis industry and law enforcement. Ms. Angelo has thwarted grand jury investigations, including surveilling county workers, as mentioned in the 2015 and 2022 grand jury reports, and there have been many wrongful terminations that have resulted in expensive lawsuits for the county. Finally, our cannabis ordinance is probably the worst of all 58 counties in California. For this, Ms. Angelo will be receiving a $170,000 a year pension, and she doesn't have to live with these mistakes now having relocated to San Diego. I just wanted to state these things for the record, and I speak on behalf of many, many people in the community. Thank you.
Well, she is a strong woman. And unfortunately, in 2022, we as a culture still struggle with civility. The board respects and admires CEO Angelo's work and her commitment to Mendocino County. Founded personal attacks and a lack of civility can sometimes make public service seem unattractive or turn caring people cynical. Carmel's commitment to the county has been unwavering, and her ability to keep the focus on the public good, regardless of the political climate, is inspiring. As a community and as a nation, I hope we can all take her example and strive to create an environment of respect and dignity for all. Are there any final board comments on the consent calendar?
Supervisor Williams, we do have public comments on other consent item, as well as 2 public expression comments left.
Let's continue with the comments on the consent calendar.
Okay, on the line for item 3AG, we have Carrie Shattuck.
Carrie, if you can please unmute.
Did you call Carrie Brown to speak?
No, we called on Carrie Shattuck.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, but we are getting some feedback. You'll want to turn down your volume.
Okay, good morning, board. I'm calling to encourage you to open the meetings to the public. If people want to social distance, then that should be up to them to distance. I'm sure that there's plenty of room in the board chambers to social distance for meetings. Also, Judy mentioned at the last meeting that this has been able to provide people with more access. And I don't find that as true, because you're required to sign in ahead of time to speak on any agenda item. And how does that facilitate communicating when you don't even know what's going to be said to express your opinion on? You know, and I think it's really bad form this morning that, you know, you're pulling in people from other departments to be able to facilitate this meeting. And I was skipped in public expression at the first go around, and I had to email you guys and call in to get back in public expression. So I encourage you to open these meetings. They've been closed long enough. And, you know, we need open government here. This is not what we're getting. So thank you very much.
So Carrie, I think the board agrees with you, and the plan is to reopen. We're looking at a hybrid format. I know you live close and you can be there in person. In my district, for some folks, it's a 5-hour drive round trip to speak 3 minutes. And so there's a lot of value in being able to video conference. Working people can't always take 5 hours off. And it's important that everybody has an opportunity to participate in our meetings. But we agree on opening the meetings that is slated. I guess I would ask, once the meeting is open, is there a particular topic you're hoping to hear discussed besides COVID and reopening?
Carrie Shattuck is no longer on the line. And just as a point of clarification, this is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. I do want to clarify that the staff member pulled from the Assessor Clerk Recorder's office is none other than previously departed from the Clerk of the Board office, Dina Guerra. She resigned but was willing enough to come and help us out today. So we'd like to thank her for that and just make that clarification.
Thank you, Dina, and thank you, Katrina.
Right, and that concludes our consent calendar comment. Do you want to go back for public expression?
We're going to take this to a vote first. Glenn, is your hand up?
Yeah, just on a point of clarification. So back when we were meeting in public, did we have to fill in a card in advance, or am I remembering that from Ukiah Unified, where if we wanted a public expression, we had to identify ourselves and give it to the clerk of the board?
There were speaker cards in the back of the room, which could be handed to the clerk.
Yeah, so you had to sign up essentially for public comment, as I recall.
Correct. Mo?
Yeah, just point of clarification. I believe that former Supervisor Carrie Brown is waiting on the line to comment on item 3E before we move on to approving this consent calendar.
Thank you.
We were not previously aware that she was going to be coming on 3E, but we have her on the line, and Carrie Brown, you can begin.
Thank you very much, Atlas. Again, Mr. Chair, Supervisors, Ms. Angelo, and County Council, for the record, this is Carrie Brown. I want to thank you for the proclamation recognizing March is Women's History Month. The theme this year, Women Providing Healing and Promoting Hope. We will have our 38th year annual event on Sunday, March 20th. It'll be in Ukiah at the Saturday Afternoon Club, and doors open at noon. Our 2022 honorees include Cynthia Savage, Willits Daily Bread, Shirley Feather, a Native American entrepreneur, and Camille Schrader, Redwood Community Services. Our featured speaker is Malia Cohen, Chair of the State Board of Equalization, and formerly on the San Francisco County Board of Supervisors, and that's how I got to know her. I hope you can come this Sunday and help us celebrate 3 exceptional women. Thank you very much for allowing me to comment.
I believe that concludes comment on the consent calendar.
John?
I'll move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Clerk, we're ready for a vote.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy,
Yes.
and Chair Williams.
Yes.
Motion adopting the balance of the consent calendar other than 3E or 3R approved unanimously.
Okay, now did we have any remaining public expression on the line?
Yes, we do. We have one member of the public on the line, and that is Anna Stockel.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry I didn't get have everything working appropriately for the public expression when it first started, so I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I was up to about 4:30 a.m. this morning working on a spreadsheet that has all of the pay and benefits compensation for all of the CEOs and CAOs and every one of the 58 counties. So I wanted to talk about 5B before 5B gets discussed, because public comment afterwards is too late. And 5B is the approval of the employment agreement between the County of Mendocino and Darcy Antle to serve as the Mendocino County's interim CEO, and specifically to increase her pay and benefits to $338,000. I have been told by text by Supervisor Williams that our CEO salaries are low compared to other counties, and the data says different. We have 85 counties. By total pay, raising the interim chief CEO's pay and benefits will raise her from 46 currently of 85 counties to 31st. By residents, so by the number of the population in Mendocino County, vis-a-vis the other 85 counties, it would raise this position from 19th to 17 in 85 counties, and by population, it would stay even at 38. So we are well above 2/3 of the counties. I believe this position is overpaid now, and I propose a pay raise only makes this position more overpaid than it is now. This proposed pay raise to be incorporated into the employment agreement is absolute outrage and insult to the residents of Mendocino County. I have seen Supervisor Williams text more than once that we didn't have the funds that we needed for something important. Approving this is a slap in the face to Mendocino County. When have you supervisors spoken to your constituents, and what do they have to say about passing this employment agreement? I don't know anybody in District 4 who was involved at any time in any discussion or feedback loop with our supervisor, Dan Jurdy. This proposed pay raise needs to be discussed with the residents of Mendocino County and then re-proposed based on that feedback. I have an org chart that shows the Board of Supervisors reports to us, the citizens of Mendocino County, and the CEO reporting to the board. My feedback is the total pay and benefits of the CEO.
Hannah, you're welcome to email in your research if you have further. But I will note there are not 85 counties in California.
That concludes public expression.
Okay, we're ready to vote. Oh, I'm sorry, public expression. And with that, we're going to move on to our closed session agenda, and we have one closed session item, agenda 7A. This is a government code section 54956.9D4, conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation 1 case.
Hi, everyone. I'm Congressman Jared Huffman. Very glad to join you virtually to send my best regards to Carmel upon her retirement. And my staff and I have worked with Carmel since 2012 when I was first elected to represent the 2nd Congressional District. And throughout this time, Carmel has been such a strong advocate for Mendocino County. She's provided leadership during fiscally challenging times, and that includes multiple fire disasters and a global pandemic. She has an indomitable spirit and has been a strong voice for our county, always making sure the county's needs are top of mind. Her advocacy for rural counties even extends beyond Mendocino through her leadership with multiple statewide associations, including the California Association of County Executives, Rural County Representatives of California, and the California State Associations of Counties. I am pleased to enter into the congressional record today a statement recognizing Carmel and her many contributions to the county of Mendocino. So Carmel, congratulations on your well-earned retirement. Best of luck on your next endeavors.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I. Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders.
For ourselves.
For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
We need to be kind to one another.
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
Ihr wird's mehr, ja?
我们能够做到
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
wamanye mape,
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौँ.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
for our patients,
for our elders, for ourselves, for you, for us,
for our community,
por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Convening from closed session on 7A, we had no reportable action. We're on to item 4A, which is a mid-year budget presentation. Sponsored
Give
by.
us just a moment. We're pulling everybody in.
Chair Williams, member of the board, as they pull everybody in, I will begin. Tim, will you please present your show? There you go. Chair Williams, member of the board, I would like to start with a thank you to the departments, the fiscal team, and auditor controller. It's been a challenging time with COVID and getting some of this information timely to you. So I really appreciate everybody working through this with us. The last week or two has been challenging pulling it all together. COVID inflation and the healthcare costs due to COVID, and now the impacts of war. Those are things that we are considering as we look at this budget and moving forward this year and into the future. The auditor controller is projecting a fiscal year 21-22 will have an operational revenue deficit of 1.2 million. In addition, the projected decrease in operational revenue, the county is faced with an obligation of 3 million for the jail expansion project. You will hear more about the jail expansion project in a future slide. An unreported loss in the health plan of $2.5 million for fiscal year 2021. As we're facing a deficit of 4.8 million in the health plan for 21-22. And again, you will hear more about that. Taking into account the Board of Supervisors' previous obligated projects and decreasing in operational revenue, the jail expansion and the health plan deficit, the county is facing a potential deficit of $12.1 million. 9.1 is a general fund impact. And this is prior to considering any departmental funding requests at this time. We will now, in your presentation, we will be going to slide 4. Fiscal year 21-22 budget considerations. As mentioned, the decrease in revenue of 1.2. This consists of a $3 million deficit in cannabis tax and an increase in TOT. Jail funding of $3 million. General fund reserve impacts approved on February 8th of 2022 as part of agenda item 4A to be replaced with bond finance when complete. So as you know, we are going out for financing on this $3 million, and we are working with the budget ad hoc, K&N, and an outside consulting attorney firm to move this forward. This is dependent on completing the outside audit through the auditor controller's office. We do know that this audit is in place at this time, expected to be completed in April. Acting auditor may have a more firm date in the report. The health plan deficit is 7.37 million. We expect 4.8 to be a general fund impact, and we were looking at considerations of ARPA funding for the 2.5 million. We will go over the county fiscal outlook, Board of Supervisors obligated expenses, staffing and recruitment. We received our first letter to open labor negotiations this year. Considerations to reduce expenditures for the remaining 21-22. Prioritize county operational costs before funding outside agencies in order to protect the county mandated services. I will be now going to your slide 5. Board and goal priority. I wanted to point out these 3 main priorities: debt mitigation and elimination under fiscal stability, financial sustainability, one-time revenues to not be used for ongoing expenses. So one-time money should be only used for one-time expenses. They do not be used for example, payroll. And a comprehensive analysis review of all general fund budget units. At this time, I will turn the non-departmental revenues for budget unit 1000, slide 7, over to the acting auditor, Shamise Cubison.
Good morning, Chair Williams, board members. This is Shamise Cubison, Acting Auditor Controller. I think this is just the graph that shows, I guess we're going to go through these slides. I'm sorry, I didn't realize this wasn't the spreadsheet. So yes, I am projecting a decrease in the cannabis tax. There are additional other increases and decreases. We do have the report from our sales tax consultant indicating that we will likely be receiving an additional $705,000 for sales tax. And if you look at the receipts for transient occupancy tax in the non-camp category, they are coming in very strong. So I am suggesting an increase in the projection for the transient occupancy tax. Are there other slides we want to look at, or do you want to look at the big spreadsheet?
Thank you, Shamise. We will, in the PowerPoint, we will move to slide 10, the county fiscal outlook, and this will be presented by Principal Analyst Tim Holman.
Good morning, Chair Williams, Supervisors, CEO Angelo. This is Tim Holman, Principal Analyst with the Executive Office. You do have the slide before you. It is slide 10 from your main packet. It is the county financial outlook. To a certain extent, there really aren't too many surprises on here. We continue to see the same challenges that we have in the previous couple of years. We're looking at a limited workforce pool. Because of our rural nature, we have limited connectivity for internet connections within the county for high-speed internet. Housing availability, definitely not a new subject. Surges in COVID, unfortunately, are something that we've learned to live with in the past couple of years. There's also inflation increases that are coming up. Just this year, we're looking at a $300,000 inflationary cost fuel to impact for just this fiscal year due to the impact just recently from both the invasion as well as just rising prices. Drought and natural disasters, of course, are still on there. We never know what's going to hit us. Hopefully we don't. Unfunded state and federal mandates that continue to pile up from the requirements from the state. We also have our enterprise software updates, and they are consuming a lot of time within the county, both in the auditor's office, IT, executive office, and as well as in the other offices such as the assessor clerk recorder and the treasurer tax collector dealing with their enterprise softwares as well. We also have the standard deferred maintenance that's coming along, and we're bringing it back up, and facilities and fleet are both working very hard at bringing that back into spec. And then one of the bigger items that we've seen so far this year is we are projecting a decrease in the cannabis taxation this year. As you saw in the previous slide from Acting Auditor Controller Shamise, we are looking at a significant impact there of close to $3.5 million there to the general fund. As you can see over here on the second column, we do see some of the impacts that are coming up. It isn't all doom and gloom. We are seeing some moderate growth within overall sales tax. We've seen an increase in fuel tax, but of course, that's probably corresponding to the increase in price as well, since it is a percentage base. Auto and transport industry, they've seen a decrease, and it's speculated that that's probably due to the chip shortage and just the decrease in auto sales within the county. The casual dining is showing a major increase, but please keep in mind that that is a year-over-year change. Of course, last year the restrictions were much tighter and the restrictions have been lifted, and so they are seeing that increase, but that is due to just being able to actually go out and dine. But overall, I mean, we're looking okay as far as the growth is concerned, but unfortunately our expenses are outweighing our growth in terms of our future outlook as far as revenues are concerned.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. It doesn't appear that we have a Deputy CEO, Steve Dunnicliff, on the line, so I will attempt to do slide 12 in your packet. He is on now. So Steve Dunnicliff, as Deputy CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So Steve Dunnicliff, Deputy CEO, speaking on this item. In 2017, as your board is aware, the Mendocino County applied for and received $25 million in reimbursement support from the state to design and construct a 21,000 square foot jail building. This project will provide 60 maximum security beds, programming, medical and mental health treatment space, and a new public visiting center, with the total project cost estimated at $31.4 million. In September 2021, the board committed to increasing the local match by an additional $4 million. And $1 million of that increased match has already been reserved by the county, with an outstanding balance of $3 million. On April 19th, the board will be asked to approve a resolution finalizing for the state the local match committed, and the project will then be going out to bid as soon as June of this year. So that's sort of an overview of the jail expansion project. And if Assistant CEO, actually Interim CEO Angelo would like to speak to any of the update related to the KNN finance approach, it'd be wonderful.
Yes, Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. And as this board is aware, I believe it was in January or February, you approved a resolution to fill this $3 million out of general reserve, contingent on that we were going to get the outside financing from KNN. And again, at this point, we are in the middle of our outside audit, which is needed in order to file the documentation with KNN to look at the refinancing and the new money to come into the county to offset this $3 million, as well as an additional $3 million for deferred maintenance projects that you had referenced during first quarter in November. So I will turn the next slide 13 over to Deputy CEO Dunnicliff.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Steve Dunnicliff again. Speaking to briefly to 4 of the largest projects IT staff are currently working on at this time. You know, just for perspective, and as everybody's likely aware, it's in a typical time, IT might be handling one major initiative. It's really unusual and exciting for staff that we've got the funding for 4 of these that we're trying to move forward at once. The electronic mail conversion to Microsoft Office 365 has been described as a revolutionary shift in the way that we're going to be doing business at the county here. The board just today approved the licensing item for this. And so the project team is actively engaged in pre-conversion activities. And we've got a launch that's anticipated early within the next couple of months. And we've got regular email updates going out to county staff. The Momentum property system, as most people are likely aware, it's been a slow-moving process, and we've been working to try to minimize inconvenience for the public, especially as we go through this. We believe that Momentum has recently increased their focus on Mendocino County, and we're working closely with the elected offices of the auditor, the assessor, and the tax collector to try to ensure that the systems work. And there's been years worth of effort put into this. There's been a lot of progress, but we're really trying to focus at this point on pain points and making sure that the system is working properly. The Munis finance system upgrade has been a major initiative. We've increased the software version by multiple numbers on this. And ultimately, what we're trying to do is increase efficiencies for the county, creating an employee self-service portal and other functionality that is ultimately going to improve the county's ability to do budget forecasting, et cetera. And that is well underway. And then a final item of note here is the Justware replacement, which has multiple partners through the criminal justice system. We've got different systems that we're moving forward with for the DA, for probation, public defender, and alternate defender. And there is another item related to this on the agenda for your board today to identify and secure the additional $450,000 necessary to complete this critical initiative and ensure that all the partners have functioning case management systems. So that concludes my update for the board on this.
Thank you, Mr. Dennicliff. As we move to the health plan, I would just like to say the operational deficit of 1.2, that feels to be to staff, that is something we can overcome by being fiscally responsible, tracking contracts within the county, the $3 million for the jail. We have a plan with KNN and outside funding for that. As we move to the health plan, this is the area that causes us a bit of angst. And at this time, I would like to turn this over to Deputy CEO Johnson and Keenan and Associates.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, CEO Angelo, Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson. So yes, as of Assistant CEO Darcy Antle has mentioned a few times that we are running in a deficit with our health plan. The information is on the slide in front of you. So as of the 31st of January, the health plan is running in a deficit of 4.8 million. Due to an increased number and high claims, a high volume of claims, and just the unpredictability of the upcoming claims. COVID has also added additional expenses to our plan. I'm working with the brokers. I have Peter McNamara from Keenan and our actuarial, Michael On, also available for questions. It also has been mentioned that there was an unreported health fund loss of 2.5 million that we are looking at potential consideration from the from ARPA funds. And another little historical is that we had did come to the board September 28th of 21 and asked for a 12% increase. And that was approved by the board, and that was implemented in January of 2022. You can see on the bottom of this slide that our current, for the 6th month, our budget was 6.4 million, and we've had 9.1 million in paid claims with a paid claims loss ratio of 143%. We will be looking at many different scenarios and working very closely with our brokers and with the finance team and with this board. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer, and please, Peter and Michael are available also.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. We will be moving on to slide 16. This is Prevention, Recovery, Resiliency, and Mitigation update. Principal Analyst Sarah Pierce will give you an update on the fire agency funding. This has been a significant contribution this board has made to the fire agencies this year. Sarah?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and CEO Angelo. Sarah Pierce, Principal Analyst within the PERM Department. The PERM Department has been working on multiple projects, one of which is the disbursement of the PG&E disaster settlement funds. PERM, along with the Executive Office Contracts team and County Council, as of mid-year, had sent out 38 unique contracts. A majority of these executed contracts related to the asks from the fire agencies. This fiscal year, the Board of Supervisors has obligated a little over $6.2 million in funding for the fire agencies, with the majority of it coming from the PG&E Disaster Settlement Fund. As compared to prior years, obligations to the fire agencies averaged around $440,000. The team is continuing to work through the PG&E Disaster Settlement Funds, the contracts, and we'll be bringing more to you in the near future. Thank you.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO, slide 19. So as we start to close this presentation, you do have a total of over 20 slides in your presentation, but talking about the funding options. So we would consider funding the obligated projects that this board has made. That's $450,000 to the Justware continuation of Justware that needs to be completed by the end of this fiscal year. $50,000 to the Inland Water and Power Project, and then $1 to a local match of a cannabis grant. Offsetting projected revenue to decrease the remaining one-time funds. So this board has a carry forward. It just so happens to meet the deficit of about 1.2 million. But you bring in 1.2 and you've offset that with this additional 501. So you have about 785,000 to apply to the 1.7 operational deficit. The expenditure of financing the process with the KNN, we've talked about this a couple of times. And then obviously we will be coming back to you for future increases in the health plan once we have determined those numbers for you. And then we move on to slide 20, Chair, if you are ready for CEO recommendations or if your board has any questions.
I don't see any hands up. Let's continue.
Okay, so CEO recommendation is to accept the fiscal year 21-22 mid-year quarter report as presented. Approve the second quarter department net zero adjustments. That's in your attachment A. Approve the remaining available one-time funds for the funding requests of 21-22. That's your attachment B, with a formal resolution adopting and amending 21-22 Mendocino County budget based on the above direction. Approve fiscal year 21-22 mid-year fixed asset requests for those projects that are being obligated as presented in attachment C. Approve fiscal year 21-22 mid-year vehicle requests for those projects which have been obligated as presented in attachment D. Accept Exhibit A revenue adjustments. Exhibit A is the budget unit 1000 adjustments that acting Shamis Cubis and auditor controller discussed. Offsetting projected revenue decrease with the remaining one-time funds. Direct executive office fiscal staff to research options for a comprehensive analysis and review of all general fund budget units to ensure contracts and services align with state and federal mandates as well as board supervisor directives. And then direct the executive office fiscal staff to research outside agencies to manage the health plan trust fund. This back to the board.
Any board questions before public comment? Glenn?
So I'm real concerned, obviously, about our healthcare plan. Are we getting sicker? What's what's happened this last year that caused the rise in claims?
Deputy CEO Johnson, if she's not at her desk at the moment, I think she was running an errand. So what we are seeing is there is an increase in claims and there's an increase in the cost of the claims. So our average weekly claims are going up in cost. Our lowest, there she is, our lowest claim this last week, or when I guess our highest claim was $14,000. Sherry, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Assistant CEO Anto, Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO. I apologize, I did miss a brief amount of what you were asking, but that is correct. The weekly claims this last week was 181,000. We're averaging about 1.2 million in claims per month. We've seen a slight decrease this half of the fiscal year, but the claims are extremely high.
But would
You're still on if there was anything you wanted to add. I'm not, or Michael on.
Yes, hi, Sharon. Yeah, just to add a couple of points from Sherry's comments there. Recently, for the past year and a half to 2 years, we've had spiking of county claims. And so most recently, in the first half of the 21-22 fiscal year, that utilization of healthcare plan actually accelerated. So that is a result of the, as we stand right now, the deficit amount. As mentioned by Sherry, we're looking at ways to improve the health plan going forward. We're discussing some of the plan changes we could make. And also we had a slight improvement in the January month that we're reviewing as well going forward.
Would you say that COVID played a part in that, or what were the kinds of claims that we were getting?
Well, the COVID was a situation that really it didn't significantly impact the county employees in terms of the overall performance. The real impact came in terms of the large claims, the large claimants that the few particular large claimants that came in to the plan that started utilizing it for about a year to 2 years. Along with that, the county really has not had a significant increase for over 10 years. So in the health plan. And so what that is resulting is basically a lagging behind of the healthcare inflation. And so we're kind of playing catch up. We did have a 12% increase in 2022, a 12% increase in 2022. That should help somewhat, but it's really the overall lagging of the renewal increases we had over 10 years, combined with the significant large claims that impacted the plan.
Supervisor McCourty, Peter McNamara with Keenan. I just wanted to add a couple of things. One, you asked specifically the types of claims. We wouldn't want to go into that in a public meeting because of the potential for inadvertently letting protected health information slip. People might know who has XYZ disease state as an example. But it's also important to note that with inflation at 7.5%, healthcare inflation is running about 10%. In general, inflation in California is running about 30% higher than it is throughout the rest of the country. So all of those things combined with what Michael has reported really do really have put us in a little bit of a difficult situation, but we are working to get back out of that situation.
John?
Yeah, looking at attachment B, and so I'm trying to understand the recommendation of using the $500,001 for the BOS obligated expenditures, and then we'd have 788 or 85,000 more of one-time only money. that, and how will that be? You know, there's $15 million of requests there. So I guess I'm trying to get clarification on what the actual recommendation is.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. The recommendation is to use the one-time funds that came forward, the 1.2. Then you're going to fund your obligated, right? You've already obligated to Justware, and you've obligated to Inland Water and Power, and then the $1. So go ahead and fund those out of the 1.2. That leaves you the 788. Use the 788 towards your current operational deficit of the 1.2. Just so happens the numbers are the same.
So then none of these other things besides those items would be covered.
That is correct.
And so what do we do with the, this is the sheriff's office. It's overtime, I assume.
That is correct. I think Tim has the exact breakdown of that, but the majority of that is overtime. So what happens in overtime and other payroll expenses when auditor controller balances and closes the books at the end of the year? Sheriff's office may be over, but for example, planning and building may be over, may have savings. So they balance and reconcile those. That typically is how we handle the 1000 series payroll and benefit expenses. And then we're asking the departments to hold on contracts and any outside unfunded contracts that they have at this time that have not been obligated by this board.
Not seeing any more hands. Do we have public comment?
We have one public comment from Ron Edwards.
Good afternoon, board. Boy, what a mess you're looking at here. I'm hoping that you can come up with some creative ways to maybe increase tourism, have a restaurant week expansion, maybe to get more people eating out, participating in the economy a little bit more. And I hate to say this, but maybe we need somehow to get more participation into the cannabis program. The following is a difficult situation and a reduction of funds, but I think if we get that successful, it might make for a better looking future. And I don't know what the projections are for 2023. I know we're in complete turmoil, but I don't envy your position, and I appreciate your time that you guys are working on this very difficult situation. Thank you.
That ends public expression for this item.
Dan?
Yeah, maybe they could pull up the recommended actions, and I'd like to propose possibly 2 additional bullet points. So if you could pull up the screen that had the recommended directions.
Principal Analyst Tim Hallman, will you bring up? There you go. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So I'd like to recommend this list, but then also possibly 2 additional directives. One is to direct the Executive Office to work with the Office of the Auditor to look at current reporting protocols and practices to ensure that information is disclosed in a timely manner. That would be the first bullet point to be added. And then the second one would be to direct the Executive Office to contact the state to ascertain if taxes owed by applicants in the Mendocino County Cannabis Program can be paid using state cannabis dollars. We know we have a shortfall in general fund revenues from cannabis applicants, some of whom are in the application process but haven't paid the taxes. It seems there is at least a possibility that the state would be willing to pay those back taxes. After all, to have a viable cannabis program in a county, you need to have robust county services that go beyond the actual cannabis permit program.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion on the floor. Clerk, do you have the motion?
No, can I please get a clear restatement of the motion?
And it's rather long. Would you like somebody to type it and send it to you?
I can restate it, and I will email it to Alice as well. Bullet point 1, direct the executive office to work with the office of the auditor to look at current reporting protocols and practices to ensure that fiscal information is disclosed in a timely manner. Bullet point 2, direct executive office to contact the state to ascertain if back taxes owed by applicants in the Mendocino County Cannabis Program can be paid using state cannabis dollars.
A second, degrees.
Yes.
Yes.
Is there any further public comment?
There is no further public comment.
Okay, we're ready to vote.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Chair Williams,
Yes.
and Supervisor Jurdy.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
We're on to agenda item 4B. This is regarding waiving board and commission residency, and it's sponsored by the executive office. Executive office, do you have somebody to speak about the area agency on aging?
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. This was initially going to come in part from Social Services, but as the Deputy Clerk of the Board with operational oversight over boards and commissions appointments, I will speak to it. Essentially, this applicant is wanting to serve for the Area Agency on Aging body. One moment. Oh, it looks like we now have Becky Emery, so I will let her present.
Good morning. Thank you, Atlas. Good morning, members of the board, Chair Williams, CEO Angelo, and County Council Curtis. My name is Becky Emery. I serve as the Social Services Director for Mendocino County and support the Area Agency on Aging, having previously served as a member. I am requesting a waiver of residency and voter registration requirements to approve the appointment of Stephen White to the Area Agency on Aging for Lake and Mendocino counties as the governing board chair. The Area Agency on Aging works diligently to support seniors in both Mendocino and Lake County through collaboration with senior centers, nutrition supports, and the ombudsman programs. Today, I'm requesting approval of new member, Stephen White. Mr. White holds a master's degree in healthcare administration. He was hired as a senior manager in adult services in October of 2018 and assumed the role of the acting deputy director of adult and aging services in November of 2020. In his role, he has strong connections to all of our adult and aging services and community partners, and Mr. White is focused on increasing outreach and expansion of services to all of the elders in Mendocino County. However, Mr. White resides in a neighboring county, and as of today, there are no other applicants for this seat from the Mendocino County resident. We are respectfully requesting that Mendocino County residency and voter registration requirements be waived and his application be approved.
John?
I'll move the recommended action.
I'll second, waiting for public comment.
Any public comment?
There is no public comment on this item.
Okay, we're ready to vote.
One moment. We do have a comment from the executive office.
Actually, if I may, Mr. Chair, Christian Curtis, County Council, I just want to clarify, I believe the statute was amended, so it's only a residency requirement. It's not a voter registration requirement. I wouldn't want anyone to be discouraged from applying to participate in the board if they would otherwise meet residency requirements, but lack voter registration.
Thank you.
Quick clarification, was the seconder Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
We're going to adjourn for a closed session working lunch. where we will hear item 7B, 7C, and 7D.
Mr. Chair, if I may suggest, it may be prudent also to mention 7E and 7F, just in case we're able to get to those.
And we might try to get to 7E and 7F. Okay, see everyone in closed session.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated. Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be
safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic, we need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet me आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Ini manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders.
For ourselves.
For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
Or sound alike, but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
We need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Ini manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
Ihr werdet mehr, ja.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrom knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Hindi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
Ami yo गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
Your bet's me, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Idi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Idi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
Ami yo गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares. We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Idi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yon robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
Session, no reportable action on 7B, 7C, 7D, 7E, and 7F. We're on agenda item 4C, which is discussion and possible action regarding the county's vehicle replacement program sponsored by General Services Agency.
All right, just give us one moment to pull in staff.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. I can't see who's here with me, but I'm going to assume they're here. We have before us, here we go. Sorry for the interruption. They were moving me back and forth. So let me start here. Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. I should have with me Dan Mazzani, Jeff Detterman, both with facilities, and then we should also have Lucas Buckman from Enterprise Fleet Management. This has been, again, it's regarding the county's vehicle replacement program. Quick history, We've discussed vehicle replacement many times in front of this board. This board has given direction to the General Services Agency and the Executive Office to return to them with a replacement program. There's been several presentations in front of the board, most recently in October during Q1, where the GSA presented a replacement program and a schedule that was by vehicle type. That information is included in this presentation today. There's a very detailed staff report, a very detailed presentation. We're hoping that that provided you with the information that led us to the recommendation that we proceed with this master equity lease program. I'm going to turn it over really quick. We're going to run through some of the highlights of the detailed presentation. I wanted to, thank everyone that's participated in this process. We've had Lucas on our team with Enterprise. I've had a 20-year history in working with Enterprise in one form or another in my tenure with the county. They've been a very great partner of Mendocino County, and so I do appreciate that. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Lucas to just give us some highlights from the actual presentation itself.
Thanks, Janelle, and good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Lucas Bachman with Enterprise Fleet Management. I'll jump straight into a quick 2-minute summary. So here today, due to board direction for a replacement program at 5 years and 100,000 miles and a transition to an all-electric fleet, our goal is to create a more sustainable, efficient, flexible, and cost-effective program. Due to varying budgets and vehicle types, staff proposes a pilot program with social services that will be scaled to other departments if successful. Currently, the county pays cash for vehicles and operates them past their useful life, or roughly 10 to 15 years. There's little to no resale value at term, and operating costs have increased. Enterprise Fleet Management provides a proactive lease and replacement model. It capitalizes on the county's strong purchasing power and low annual mileage pattern to take advantage of strong resale. The lease allows the county to catch up and exceed the mandated guidelines without straining the capital budget. It also provides flexibility to replace current models with hybrid and electric vehicles as soon as operationally possible. The plan improves safety, reliability, flexibility, and decreases carbon footprint and overall cost. There's numerous benefits that come with the enterprise infrastructure, including ordering factory direct, resale channels that outperform auction, and a team to provide semi-annual data-driven recommendations. Of all the 6 fleet management companies that went out to bid, Enterprise has the #1 spot, so the best pricing. In terms of savings, we estimate a total 10-year savings for 55 vehicles between $1.7 million, assuming like-for-like replacements, and $1.5 million, assuming hybrid vehicles on mixed terms that have the lowest holding cost. Depending on the model, social services spends between $159,000 and $198,000 on 6 new vehicles a year and recaptures $1,000 at most upon resale. Their fuel and maintenance costs average $303,000, and the estimated capital cost for them to replace 23 of 55 vehicles, 7 years old or older, or with 70,000 miles cash, varies between $611,000 and $762,000. Staff can lease those same 23 vehicles for an estimated capital cost of $144,000 to $165,000 a year for 3 to 5 years. Operating costs will decrease by $96,000 to $97,000 in year 1, and at term, resale will improve to almost $19,000 in average equity. The difference between what the vehicle sells for and the unpaid book balance will improve to $8,300. Thank you, and I'll pass it back to Janelle.
I know we're moving through this because I know this board has a rough day. I wanted to emphasize that this is made available to the county through a Sourcewell, which is, again, as Lucas mentioned, a competitive process. I believe it's a national competitive process. There are many municipalities and government agencies that contract with Enterprise for this same type of service. The importance of this is it also gives us a resource available to GSA to assist us with monitoring running numbers and really assessing the effectiveness of our fleet. A lot of the data that you see in here was the result of many parties. We have the executive office, Tim Holman. We've worked with our garage staff. We've worked with our facility staff and Lucas to come up with this presentation. Also included in some of these recommendations and with these newer vehicles, should we proceed, would be pursuing a more efficient method of collecting this data through telematics. And right now, this county, I can say we use 3 to 4 different systems, many of them manual, in order to come up with the numbers that you see in front of you. There's probably more systems and data that are fed through this that that we had to use in order to come up with information before you today. So with that, I would turn it over for any questions with the board. Again, we went through this. The phased-in approach was simply to be looking at it from a get us some data underneath us this first 12 months, while also conducting further analysis of your other fleet. I will mention there's a slide in the deck that gives you the overall age and some statistics on the entire fleet. I think it's important to look at that so that you understand the importance of proceeding with a program such as this that will allow us to replace your vehicles, your county-owned operated vehicles, with safer, more effective and efficient vehicles without the necessary capital upfront costs versus that of the lease. So with that, I will turn it over to the board, and we're available to answer any questions.
John?
Yeah, with the miles of use and with this post-pandemic world we live in, do you see less, decreased mileage being used by these cars?
Trend right now is I've looked at probably 15 years worth of data, and believe it or not, we are on trend even in over 15 years. There was a dip during the economic downturn, but that dip was because there was an executive directive to curtail any unnecessary and unmandated travel. But right now we are trending on par with the last at least 5 years, but if not 10 to 15.
Okay, and then the other question would be the infrastructure, the electric chargers, and how fast can those be put in place?
So it's funny you should ask. We are working diligently on, we just applied for a grant, which this board at your last meeting gave the approval for GSA in partnership with PRIM. I can never get over saying that, disaster recovery. So we partnered with them in LACO. I believe it's a $1.6 million infrastructure, EV infrastructure grant that is intended to be used at the admin center, but also at the OKO center as well. We are partnering with many agencies, Sonoma Clean Power, the city of Ukiah. We will be branching out to the city of Willits and the city of Fort Bragg as we explore the need in other areas. We're looking for every grant opportunity, and then also utilizing or considering the utilization of that carbon footprint set aside dollars that this board has dedicated, which right now I believe it's $2 million. 1.5 was carbon footprint, and then the other 500 was library.
Okay, because we do have facilities all around the county.
Correct. And we're just starting in Ukiah, but working our way through. I would say 3 to 5 years. It's going to take a while to get this infrastructure in place. The reason we're working with the municipalities is we need to make sure that their infrastructure is in a state that it can accept this additional load. So we're really working diligently and making sure we can roll this out in an efficient manner.
Okay, thank you.
Ian?
I think on a high level, I think what this enables the county to do is to modernize its fleet with new vehicles. It allows us to get EVs and hybrids, therefore, into the fleet more quickly. And as the infrastructure becomes available for charging, we can swap out, because the market's so strong for contemporary used vehicles, that because we would have these relatively new fleet, we could swap out vehicles as we get the charging stations in place. So I think it makes the county more nimble, and we're doing it in a way that saves the county on operations and also gives us more information about the driving characteristics of each vehicle. So I think it's, it enables the county to do what it needs to do to update its fleet.
Glenn?
So this sounds exciting as someone who worked for the county department for 33 years, and I can remember basically some vehicles were abandoned because we couldn't get parts anymore. So the thought of having vehicles that are younger and safer is great, but I'm just trying to understand a lease arrangement. So when you lease a vehicle, do you take ownership of it? And then the idea is that it's returned after a period of time or a certain mileage?
I'll let Lucas speak a little bit more to that. The return on investment strategy is that the county will lease it, and then at the end, we will sell it and have the equity to invest back into the new lease program. We're looking between 2 years, 3 years, or less, depending on the return on investment. But Lucas, do you want to speak to that a little bit more?
Sure. So we can do a net lease, which you would think of as a normal dealership lease, but this whole program has been structured around equity leases, which function very much like a finance. So no wear and tear penalties or over mileage penalties, and at the end of term, county gets the benefit of resale. So gives you guys the flexibility to get in and out.
So we own the vehicles, so we take title of them and then they're resold at a certain interval. With
start on title, and then at any point you guys could choose to buy it out and take title, but you still have rights of ownership.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get my head around that. So that's why I was trying to understand the equity. The equity is really in the vehicle. It's not necessarily in ownership by the county. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Thank you. Go ahead. I mean, next, if this board gives us direction to proceed, you'll see on your next consent calendar a set of agreements, a master lease agreement, and then many others that describe this relationship, including auctioning the vehicles and or the lease parameters around it as well. Today, it was more around, again, the high level, here's the program, but the lease, the master lease agreement, and that if we get direction to proceed, would contain a lot more information on that too, as well as supervisor reporting.
I fully support this, and I think it's going to move us towards more efficient vehicles, which will save the county money over time. In a moment, we're going to go to public comment, and then hopefully there's a motion. And I would ask maker of the motion maybe to strike the word master from the recommended action. I think we want to clean up our language a little bit. Any further board comment? No. Do we have public comment on this item?
We have one public comment from Ron Edwards.
Good afternoon, board. I wanted to know if you are making the transition to hybrid, have you thought about the cost of the EV charging stations or looking for a co-sponsor to include those charging stations? In other words, a company that would come in and put charging stations at the county, which might be available to the public to offset the cost to the county. Thank you.
Next on the line, we will have one voicemail left by Peter McNamee.
This is Peter McNamee. I'm calling in regard to item 4C, the proposed report by General Services Agency to convert net zero carbon reduction program, and we see this as a vital and important step in that direction. We would like to encourage the board to take these actions so that all of us have a brighter, better future living with our environment. And we see this as a vital step in that direction. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
That concludes public comment on this item.
Mo?
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion approving the recommended action, changing item number 3 to return with a future consent calendar item that will include adopting a resolution approving an enterprise fleet management agreement / agreements and related transactions. And thank staff and enterprise for their work on these plans. There's a lot more work to do with the charging stations, but it's a good step forward.
Second that.
All right, motion on the floor. And I also want to thank staff for this. This is a big step. Any further discussion before we vote? Not seeing any, clerk?
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Chair Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
and Supervisor Jurdy.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on to item 5A regarding the county parks need assessment, and it's sponsored by Supervisors Mulhern and McGorty and GSA. Which of you would like to introduce?
I can go ahead and introduce while I'll give clerk of the board just a few moments to gather our attendees. I believe Dan Mazzanti can stay with us and Jeff Ditterman, but then we should also be adding the consultants that were on the list that'll be joining us. So Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director, I want to thank you. This has been a long time, a lot of work in progress. I'll just do a quick intro and then I'll turn it over to Supervisors McGorty and Mulhern. There's a detailed history on the background of this. I believe that the direction was first given in 2018 to conduct a parks needs assessment. The first phase was presented in 2018. Formerly the Cultural Services Agency had administrative oversight of parks. We transitioned to the General Services Agency, that oversight in approximately, I believe, August of 2021. Since that time, GSA, along with the addition of the ad hoc that consists of Supervisors McGorty and Mulhern, have been working with the county's consultants from Blue Point Planning, Gail Donaldson and Mindy, if she's here, Mindy Craig, when she joins us, on really assessing and diving deep into the county's parks. You have a very thorough presentation along with a very thorough assessment of each of your parks. The outcome today that we're hoping for is that there is a realistic understanding of what it takes to maintain your county park systems. Also an understanding of the condition of the parks and the estimated capitalized investment that would need to be considered should this board determine to proceed with the current, portfolio of parks that you have in our county. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I will just speak as one member of the ad hoc, and Supervisor McGorty can agree or disagree with me. I think I felt like joining this ad hoc, I was going to be looking at knowing that we have a very limited budget, which parks facilities would we possibly need to unload from our portfolio, frankly. And I think that what I learned throughout this process is that truly our community is not ready to unload any of them. And as an agency, we need to look at what our current standards are, what our liabilities are, and really what our opportunities are. Parks provide a quality of life, especially in rural neighborhoods that offer outdoor recreation and facilities for people to use that are low income and don't have access to private, golf courses, that type of thing. So this is really, I think, a quality of life issue and really a budget predicament for the board to have a conversation about. And hope you don't mind me being frank about that, but that's what I have learned over the last year.
Yeah, I'll just add on to that. I guess I know that we have parks, and at one time or another, I visited all of them, except for Bower Park I've never seen. But what I've learned is that the community really loves our parks, and they may look like fixer-uppers to some of us, but it doesn't matter. People find the need to get out and recreate, and it's interesting because what I'm seeing is kind of a shift in Mendocino's population to maybe wanting to live in a more urban environment where services are better for issues centered around having good roads and fire protection and such, which only puts on more of a need to make connection and contact with nature. And certainly these parks can provide that. And I see some of them, the ones that are closer to civilization, get used pretty heavily. So Bower Park and the Lions Park and Redwood Valley and Low Gap are very, very heavily used. But it's not to say the other ones also don't see a lot of folks. They have very, very different experiences. And that's what I'd say about all the parks offer different experiences. So it's a nice cross section. And I have a lot of them in my district, which is why I got on the ad hoc, that along with my background in environmental horticulture from my days teaching at Cal Poly. And I think the biggest frustration is seeing again how we have a wonderful asset that we can't necessarily afford to take care of. And that's why I was making a big point this morning about the CRT and the importance of maintenance. And now we've got to figure out if we're going to keep them. There has to be kind of some minimum standards that they're kept to, and also some potentially creative ways of being able to afford them. And I'm not sure our ad hoc was able to steer us clearly through all of that, but we certainly have made a good assessment of where we stand today with the parks and what needs to be done going forward. And hopefully during this discussion we'll reach some conclusions and maybe get some direction for what we do next.
Chair Williams, I'd go ahead. I'd like to turn this over to Mindy Craig and Gail Donaldson, who have been working with us from Blue Point Consulting. They've been working with the county, I think, since 2017, perhaps 2018. They've been at it a while with us. So I'm going to turn it over to them to just do some highlights of the report in front of you, and then we'll turn it back over to the board for any questions.
Sounds good.
Mindy,
yeah, there we are. Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon. Do you have the slides in front of you, or do we want to share those? No, okay, you have them. Okay, great. So I'm just going to briefly go over what we've been doing, and Gail Donaldson, who is part of our team, will spend a little time going over some of the nuts and bolts. We've gone through a pretty exhaustive process, as been indicated, to really understand a couple things. What are those overall needs for the parks? And then what can we do moving forward? And as I think has just been sort of discussed, we wanted to look at a number of different operational and sort of long-term management processes for the parks. And we have come back to a point where we said these parks are really critical for the community and for the county to continue to work with. So our now recommendations and moving forward for you is to say this is in fact what we think is going to be important to happen. So we've done an evaluation on the capital, operating, and maintenance cost and the potential revenue streams for those county parks. And we also went through different options of how different operations could happen in those different parks. And we've also provided some recommendations on that. So those are the materials that you have in the reports. There's already a number of things that are already happening. The county has taken some of the most critical elements from the needs assessment, is moving forward with that. So as we know, there's about 6 key parks in the county. There's about 583 acres of that. And there's 3 what are called unimproved access areas. These parks range from sort of community parks that have ball fields and dog areas and picnic areas to 3 really large regional parks that serve people from all over the county with trails, camping, picnic areas, fishing and swimming and all sorts of that sort of thing. So just really quickly, just to go through that, we have Low Gap Park in Ukiah, which is very much a community, very highly loved. It has kind of combinations of all those things with hiking trails as well as a lot of community amenities. We have Lions Club Park, which serves that community very, very well. Mill Creek Park, which is the largest park in the county under county rule, with the large lake and beautiful hiking trails and big views out to Ukiah. Bower Park, which is on the farthest side out on the coast, is pretty much a critical place for that community as a center for activity, events, and for all ages. And then sort of in the center on this area is near Boonville is Indian Creek Park, which is a camping areas, very well done, right between several community or retail hotels and so forth and visitor areas. And then Faulkner Park, which is sort of a natural beauty right in the middle of the area. The three access areas, one is called the Mariposa Swimming Hole, which is a tiny little piece, which is sort of complex in terms of its ownership. Vichy Springs area, which is in Ukiah underneath the bridge and sort of used as it's a big open space you can get to the river. And finally is McKee Parkway, which is the largest access area, which we're actually going to be recommending to move it into a true park because of the size and the potential usage. So very briefly, I'm going to just spend a couple more minutes on what our recommendations are. So one, we need to do some enabling park policies. So we need, more than anything else, if nothing else comes out of today, is to establish a sustained funding source for these parks. Many of the things and the challenges that have come to here is because the parks have not been dedicated with any funding for staff or for maintenance. So we know that parks will never be cost neutral and that the revenues and the fees will not be able to cover those costs. It doesn't happen anywhere in the state or anywhere I know of, and certainly not going to happen here. So whether or not that funding comes through general fund measures or other elements, we know that there's going to be a dedicated park budget process that will come to you. We also need to come up with a strategic park property management process. Basic line is, you have been gifted many parks. The ability to accept those parks should be based on your ability to maintain and operate those over the long time. A lot of those things have just come to the county without that ability to do that analysis, and I'm recommending that. We have to have a basic level of capital improvements and maintenance to do anything. So if there is a desire to say, hey, we're going to have somebody else buy this, or anything else is going to happen in these parks, no matter what, there is still a basic level of capital and maintenance that has to be done. And on a very positive side, there's a lot of people who love these parks, and so creating those partnerships. The second big area, and this one is really tough as in a budget-constrained world, is the need to do staffing. So to do even the things that I just said, we need staffing who are dedicated to the parks. That has not happened. We've had, sort of a half person, parts of a person who have been able to try to manage and to do a lot of this work. So one area is a volunteer coordinator. So there's a lot of opportunity, a lot of people out there who want to help, but they need to be coordinated. They need to be put into line with what the parks maintenance folks are going to do, the city, the county wants to do, and so forth. And we need maintenance staff who are on board, who can maintain and work with the community. When they come on a Saturday and have a huge party, maintenance doesn't come till Monday. And so we need to fill some gaps that are more park focused. And then we need staffing who is oriented around that fundraising, the partnerships and operations of the parks themselves. Because if we want to have reservations and create some revenue, we need somebody who's there who's managing that. We have an opportunity to identify unique streaming revenue streams, things like cell towers, other things that your counties next to you are doing. And then partnering with those community foundations and organizations nearby who can help you fundraise. What we've done is some analysis on that staffing, and just quickly, a typical staffing level for similar size counties, it's like 32 staff for this kind of a park system. For what we've identified is for the County of Mendocino is at about 14 FTEs. We do see this in realistic terms, that there's going to be phasing, and there's kind of the immediate need, and then there's the ongoing need. So that first need phase kind of addressing the critical issues, and then expanding programs and revenues. We've provided an organization chart in your element in your packet, and we've kind of color-coded this to identify who are those critical staff. So we need a director supervisor at the very top so they can direct and manage these really complex partnerships and engagements. We need those facilities and maintenance folks who are on board, who can do this, the maintaining and keeping the parks going, and also serving the community on all of these things. That's a really critical piece. And as I mentioned, the volunteer formation. The second phase is really building up the revenues, programming, services, and making the parks really a unique space. I see there's a hand raised. We have one last slide. Do we want to wait, or do you want me to go back to clarify?
Let's wait.
Okay, great. Let me just go ahead and turn it over to Gail, and she's going to finish up on this last sort of an overview on the costs and revenues that we did. You're on mute, Gail.
Thank you. I'm Gail Donaldson from Gates & Associates. We've been working on this plan for quite a while. Gates & Associates not only does park planning, but the firm builds lots and lots of parks. So the costs that we have here are planning level costs. They need to be refined with your county staff and with your architects and that. But we think that they're really quite accurate costs at a planning level. They're based on recent projects that have been built, recent bids that have come in, and recent experience that we've had building parks for public agencies and public entities. What we have on the chart, we have the first three columns are one-time capital expenses, and they're divided by priorities. The first priority is addressing safety, health, and preservation of the assets there. The second, that's a really high priority that's necessary for public safety. The second column, the minimum function, are repairs and improvements and just general maintenance upgrades that are needed to have the parks function at a sustainable basic level. The third one, the future costs, future improvements, are costs that are needed to make the parks more just better, enhance their operation and function for the community and improve their value to the community. For the maintenance costs, we've looked at both developed park areas. For example, the Lions Club Park is sports fields and picnic areas and play areas. And Faulkner Park is just beautiful open space with trails. So we've taken numbers that are based on actual costs of different park systems and plugged those into your situation. Some of the parks, because they are so remote from your main maintenance facility, have higher costs because there's travel time to get to them and to address the issues that come up in them. In addition, we have come up with some revenue ideas for each of the parks. Low level if minimal improvements are made and minimal staffing, high level if improvements are made and staffing is available. And these are things that all require investment. And rather than going through all of these parks, because they're all very different, but they all have some similar issues, I think I'll just give you a couple of examples because you've had a really long day so far. I'd like to start with Bower Park. The health and safety hazard issues that we have, there's about $400,000 worth of work to be done, and that is not even including the $300,000 that is coming through from PG&E tree mitigation funding to deal with dead and dying trees that are both fire hazards and safety hazards. Those kind of costs those kind of repairs and attention to those issues need to be done right away. The second column includes things like fixing the fence on the ball field and repairing facilities and repairing picnic, site furnishings and things that are in deteriorating condition. The capital future improvements are things like upgrades to the facilities, additional parking, picnic areas, and things like that. Maintenance costs are based on the remote location of the park. It's on a per acre basis, and we think that that is a reasonable cost to either have your maintenance people address it or to have contracted out. In looking at the income and expenses for the parks, we did have a period from 2014 to 2017 where we had the park revenues and expenses year by year. And looking at an average for Bower Park, we're projecting that it should be about $75,000 to maintain this park on an annual basis. And for that period of 2014 to 2017, the county was spending about less than half of that, about $33,000 a year to do that. And the result of that is all of this deferred maintenance that has caused some of these safety issues, caused the reduced functioning of the park and the reduced ability to serve the community. On the other hand, Bower Park over that same period of time generated about $1,000, which was primarily in rental fees and event fees. And it's a beautiful location. There's an amphitheater facility, there's a community center, there's a lot of possibilities for revenue if the investment is made in them and if the staffing is available to program things. So during that period, we're looking at possibility of between 30,000 and even 130,000 of revenue coming in, but that does require staffing and investment. Sort of on the other end of this, we could look at Lions Club Park, and if you look at the first two columns, Lions Club has been maintained well. It's a smaller park and it's been very well used in its community. We have ideas of things that would improve that value for the community, of adding shade, expanding picnic areas, things like that. But looking at the annual maintenance costs of $20,000 for that 4-acre park, the expenses that the county has been covering for that period of 2014 to 2017 is relatively close to that. It was like $16,000 a year. Consequently, the park is kept up and does not have those major expenses that are outstanding now. It needs less investment. It just needs ongoing maintenance. And that park generated about $3,000 annually in income for rentals and things like that. It has the potential to generate much, much more, but again, it requires partnerships, investment, staff, management, that kind of thing. And we can go over the other parts. We have information that's all sort of spelled out in the longer report that you have. But the big picture is that there are about $5 million here of improvements to really bring the parks up to a standard that we would love them to be at, and about 438,000 in annual maintenance costs. We have ideas of different ways that those things could be addressed and covered, and it certainly will not be an overnight thing. It's going to be a phased situation. But the good news is that there's an opportunity to really improve these parks, and they're loved by the community. They have incredible value, and they could be improved to a point where they are doing more to serve the community and also to support your tourism. So if you have questions about any of these individual parks or any of our assumptions that we've made in figuring out these costs, please do go ahead and ask.
I think that's it. We can obviously go into detail on anything and certain questions.
So I was involved in the parks assessment for Bauer. The other two parks in District 5 were assessed during a board meeting, so I couldn't be present. But Bauer, I was kind of given the direction of highlight all the safety concerns, and that may be reflected in the total costs we're looking at now. So I fully support this item. I think, this is a county that doesn't have any money, right? We started out the day looking at deficits. We don't have any money for any of this. So the South Coast really doesn't get a lot of services from the county. They're so far away. I mean, maybe they get some potholes filled, but not a lot of services. This is one of the things they get for their taxes. And I've gone down there a number of times because there's dead trees. I don't know how many dead trees there are. I don't have the study up. It's probably 100. 300. I want to thank Janelle Rowell. Under her leadership, GSA, I know, has started mitigating some of the risk. But I've gone down there and looked at, there's kids playing under dead trees, under widowmakers. That's got to be a lot of liability for the county. But more than that, none of us want to think that we knew that there was a safety concern, and we stood back. And yet, look at the cost. I told Janelle I have a on my vehicle, and I'd be happy to volunteer my time. And of course, government code doesn't allow that. And so, start quickly, the prices escalate due to the, we have to put it out to bid, and I don't know, it's public works. We probably have to pay prevailing wages. I guess the question is there any possibility of partnering with a third party that could help with some of this maintenance at a more reasonable rate? Because, if Glenn and I could go down there for a weekend, we could clean the place up ourselves. When government does it, suddenly it's $400,000.
I have some ideas. I don't know, Janelle, if you want me to take on. I think there's a lot of opportunities. I mentioned the need for volunteer coordinators. So yes, we probably don't need to have staff to do everything. There's a lot of maintenance things, a lot of things that the community feels deeply about, that if we can empower them, that could be great. But what I've heard a lot through talking to different staff in the county is that we need them to follow certain procedures. We need somebody to oversee them. We need somebody to make sure that there's no liabilities gained by having the volunteers on here. So I think that, so the answer is yes, from like a volunteer side, there's an opportunity there. And I know that the county is also looking at, are there some other contract opportunities that can have this ongoing maintenance happening, especially as what Gail said, the long distances going from one side of from Ukiah all the way out to Bower. That's a huge thing for somebody to go and empty the garbages. So I think there's some current activities that are already looking at possible third-party contracting for that to reduce that cost and to make it more effective. I don't know if there's more, Janelle, you wanted to fill in on that one.
If Supervisor Judy, I see he has his hand up. I don't know if he wants to.
So I have a difficult time seeing the county adding county government positions to maintain the parks. But I could see the county contracting with any number of the nonprofits that are in the county that are maintaining parks and public spaces. And they themselves have protocols which they could run through the county and confirm that they coincide with the county's protocols. But for managing volunteers, for trail developments and all that, and I have not spoken to either of them. But I mean, for example, there's the Mendocino Land Trust, which has tremendous capacity and it's countywide. There's also Ukiah Valley Trails Group, which is in close proximity to, I would say, all but Bower Park. And so, I mean, I think that's a more realistic scenario is we would have a contract with an entity like that. And then also, I think what would make sense is some sort of group of park champions, people who are tied to each of these parks, basically, and like a board of directors of a foundation, basically, a fund that would help fundraise for this. I'm sure that each of these parks have people who see themselves as a champion of these parks and would like to support them in some way. And although most people don't have big 401ks that they can make donations through the community foundation, some people could, especially if they don't have any heirs, could leave their house to the community foundation in the name of one or all of these parks, and through that way bring in some additional money. But I do think that your report covers most of what needs to happen. It does give a good pathway to the work. I think it's just it's not a plausible report in terms of the way that we could actually fund this. I think it would have to be through funding nonprofits who would actually coordinate the work.
Glenn?
So what you talk about, or what you've just talked about, Dan, Angelo, you've just described the Mendocino Coast Botanical Garden, which is owned by the Fort Bragg Parks and Rec District, but it's run by a volunteer organization and nonprofit, and obviously it's a tremendous asset. And to use volunteers, you have to make sure that they're getting something in return, and that's the one thing that they've learned from the experience of the Mendocino Coast Botanical Gardens. You just can't work them as unpaid maintenance workers. So that's something you have to think about when you're giving someone a volunteer experience. The other things that I just wonder about, I wonder about TOT dollars. Right at the moment, I don't think we have Hip Camp kind of operating in Mendocino County. Probably most of it's not legal. What if we were to decide that Hip Camp is going to help us pay for our parks? I'm wondering if we could set a program up like that where we have a designated TOT that comes from that. It might not be much, but it might be something. I know periodically park bonds are issued from the state. I don't know if Mindy or Gail have any ideas on that, if they could share them, because I know when I was with the Ukiah City of Ukiah Parks and Rec Commission, we depended on those grants pretty heavily to get stuff done, and I just wonder what the status of those are. And then there's finally, I'll let Mo talk about partnerships, because I know that she's been reaching out to different groups and probably has some ideas.
Wow.
Thank you. Janelle, did you have something you needed to interject immediately before I begin?
You keep going.
Okay. I think that one of the really important things for everyone to remember is that you have to have somebody to coordinate the volunteers. And even if we use an outside agency, it still takes some level of coordination. And I know that the agencies that we have in our community are very excited to help. I think, frankly, I know that the City of Ukiah is looking at a volunteer coordinator, and there's probably opportunities in the other cities and other districts as well to share some type of position or to work in collaboration. I think that's really what we were trying to get to today, was this analysis of, we know that we have these very urgent needs that we need to take care of, and then how should we collaborate and bring more information back to the board. And I just wanted to say that I'm happy to volunteer to continue on this ad hoc. As I started out with, it seemed like we were heading down a path of needing to release some facilities, and I think we got to the point, which is why we're here in front of you, that we're not able to do that at this point. And so I think for me as an ad hoc member, I would look at going back and working with staff and trying to figure out an actual plan with dollars attached to it.
In the case of Bauer, we did have a community member offer to donate a significant amount of money to help with the tree removal. I'm looking at Janelle, wondering did we receive that, or?
We haven't received it through the chair, sorry. We haven't received it yet. What my conversations with the individual would be that I would outreach as soon as the work began, which we just kicked that off. And that individual had committed to donating at that time once we kicked off the work.
So I see the community willing to support through donation and labor. And it's this is not a critique of staff. Staff is playing by the rules, doing what they should do. But maybe this is an opportunity for us to ask our state rep if they could help. Usually we're asking the state for money. Here's an instance where could they just relax the county's ability to maintain its parks? Because we would have made use of those funds immediately to take down deadly trees, but we couldn't. Legally, we couldn't. And that's an area I think the state could maybe bend and decide that it's in the best interest of the public to let a county take care of its parks. So I want to thank the staff and the ad hoc. Does the ad hoc have as much direction as it needs to continue working on a plan? Glenn?
I just would like a little bit of your feedback from you about pursuing the TOT angle so that we have some.
Well, Glenn, the TOT, I'm all for keeping the TOT in the areas where it's sourced. The TOT today goes into the general fund, so it's not like it's sitting there unallocated. You're going to have to make a cut to something else. So pointing at I totally support it. Use the TOT for parks by all means, but we will have to backfill, and we don't have dollars to backfill.
How about if we're more fortunate and there's a level of income that increases? Is it something that we could say, okay, we've got more money, let's spend some on parks, because these are also a draw for tourists when they've got a nice place to go to for picnic lunch or to recreate.
You have my support on that, Mo.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think the report outlines that we have a couple of different funding options and some partnerships that we want to take a look at. So, I think that there are options. Supervisor McGordy mentioned HIP camps. That conversation hasn't come back to the board yet about TOT funds for that, and having that be a separate an item that's separated out, at least for accounting purposes, for this conversation about parks. So I think we've presented a few ideas in it, and I don't see anybody jumping up and down against any of those ideas, but I don't think they're fully fleshed out. And that was really, we've been working on this for quite some time, and we wanted to come back to the board to have the conversation before we continued. And then we could bring back more firm numbers and some realistic agreements and ideas.
Dan?
So of the funding sources that are outside the box, because we can always apply for, and we should apply for park bond funds, of course, but that won't be enough. And for some of the capital projects. So I like the outside of the box suggestion of looking at offsite mitigation funds. So just a brief overview of those for those who aren't familiar with it. It's actually an innovative idea in planning, is that sometimes you have a very confined piece of property and there's no way to mitigate for something on that piece of property. And so under those unusual circumstances, it sometimes is really for the public benefit to mitigate offsite on another larger piece of property. or maybe you're doing riparian habitat restoration or wetland restoration on a bigger scale, what actually has a bigger environmental impact positively for the wetlands and other riparian habitat. Caltrans has done this in a few cases on the Mendocino coast. And so that, for example, Otis Johnson Park, about a quarter mile that way over my shoulder, has had some repairs done by the city of Fort Bragg on a 7-acre wilderness park in Fort Bragg city limits. I think the same thing could easily be done with coordination with our planning department if they become aware of projects that are in other parts of Mendocino County. Generally, it has to be the same. It has to be the same kind of habitat you're restoring, and again, you're having a more beneficial impact because it's on a grander scale. And then finally, I think the other idea that I didn't see in the report, but I know we talked about before, as I think there's some interest in inland Mendocino County and other parts of California for the idea of an oak woodland state park. And we've got 480 acres of county oak woodlands between Low Gap and Mill Creek, and that could be the beginnings of a grander vision for an oak woodland regional park, which could at some point morph into perhaps an oak woodland regional and state park. So and I think there's a certain amount of community interest in something like that maybe could generate some real significant dollars. So I think those are the two things I just would like to pass on to the ad hoc and encourage them to have maybe a brainstorming session with Mendocino Land Trust, Ukiah Valley Trails Group, any other people you can think of that are already in this space that could bring their own thoughts and expertise to this.
Glenn?
I just, again, want to get some clarity from the board. Do we all kind of agree that we don't want to jettison everything? Unfortunately, we have, these are kind of like our pets. I mean, they might live outdoors, but we still love them, and yet they're not cared for as probably as well as they should be. So if Supervisor Mulhern and I are going to work on this, I want to be reassured by everybody that we value keeping all of these parks in our portfolio.
I value keeping the parks. We have a couple more.
Yes, certainly I do too. I didn't start out that way, but as I started talking with people about them, it became clear to me that having places to go that are publicly owned in Mendocino County is highly valued.
Yeah, Glenn, I don't mean to fixate on the trees, but you might point out to the state that if those trees were on fire, we could use volunteers to take them down. How is it any more dangerous, the fact that they're not on fire? I mean, Janelle, what is the cost of the tree removal estimate?
Well, the current most hazardous trees, which are 43, is costing approximately $70,000.
And how about for all of them?
For all of them, you're looking at upwards of 300,000 plus.
So that's significant. I mean, somebody with a chainsaw and maybe a dozer could do that for a whole lot less. So I would ask the ad hoc maybe if they're willing to look at that and see if there's a more cost-effective path.
I do see Supervisor Haschak's hand. I had a couple comments just kind of circling back to everybody's, but I most certainly want to hear his comment as well.
John?
Well, my computer froze up for a while, so that's why I was off screen. But I guess it's appropriate because the 3rd district doesn't have any of these parks. Certainly the concept of keeping the parks and keeping them as community places of, that we love is important. So I would look at any kind of funding. I think the TOT, it is general fund, and so it needs to be, it's spread out throughout the county, just like the cannabis taxes. So, we need to look at alternatives and partnerships and whatever we can do to get these parks up to, a suitable condition and reach their potential.
So if I might, Mr. Chair, just to kind of follow through on a lot of the comments that are made. Our parks, as identified in there, before we can pursue collaborative engagements or partnerships, these parks need to be brought up to a safe condition. There are areas of hazards that must be addressed. Those are reviewed in there, and more information will be made available to this board to understand the approach we could take to that. In addition, there are funding mechanisms on a per square mile, depending on the type of park that there is, that needs to be a consideration in this discussion, because any arrangement that we would make obviously wouldn't be until these capitalized projects are addressed or the safety hazards identified and mitigated. So you're talking a bit of time that it's going to take to accomplish this. With that, we have to have some sort of a staffing model. And again, a phased in approach. You've seen all the metrics. We've done the comparisons to our counter and partnering and neighbors. And even though you hear the number of 14 employees, right now you have one landscaper that serves every county park. The maintenance is shared throughout the maintenance staff that are maintaining the 60 plus county owned facilities, in addition to the 40 leased facilities, some of which we also are responsible for maintenance. So I'm not asking for a decision here, but much like Supervisors Mulheron and McGuire have asked, we do need some input. And the recommended motion that I had put in front of you in partnership with the ad hoc is direction for us to prepare and present a budget for this board to consider. In addition, we have to do parks master planning. We need to consider parks fuel mitigation, fire mitigation, and work with our partners at the Fire Safe Council. We do need to collaborate with potentials, Mendocino Land Trust, and that does, it would require a dedication of some administrative staff. Even if we were to concession or stakeholder, develop MOUs or partnerships, we have to have a minimum base level of support for the park system. And my hope before we leave today is that we at least get that direction to come back with this board with more information to work with this ad hoc to return with a plan that may phase us into a plan to maintain these parks in an adequate manner.
Do we have any public comment?
We have one public comment.
One moment.
Hello, this is Anna Stockel. I just want to point out two things I heard during that discussion that really jumped out at me. I don't know what I'm seeing on my screen, somebody's computer. One is, hey, we don't have money for this, so let's tax the residents some more because we didn't budget properly for everything we need. And the second is, and it was a very good point, well, there's no parks in District 3. So why should people who make not very much money, well, maybe some money, I don't know, from HIP camp be taxed for parks that aren't even in their district? It gets a little frustrating listening to, well, we don't have money for this, when from my analysis from last night, and I don't know, I watched the timer on YouTube, and unfortunately YouTube is like at least 20 seconds behind, and I don't know where I was cut off this morning, but there's easily 150K in CEO and deputy CEO or whatever we're calling that position salaries that are way over what other counties are paying. And I noticed that for instance, Dan Jurdy's salary, somehow he managed to go from 75K in 2013, get a raise for what, that's 7 years of the amount of 57K. in the last 7 years. That's a pretty nice raise. And I looked at Ted's also from 19 to 2000 for 2020. So the salaries, watching the salaries bump up like this, and then saying, well, we don't have enough money to, for parks. It's just frustrating to listen to. I don't know where I got cut off this morning because, like I said, the timer is way behind on YouTube than from what I can see. So if it doesn't break the rules, I just wanted to finalize by saying that Nevada County, with a population of 100,000 people, pays their CEO $219K, and Yuba County, with a population of 82,000 people, pays their CEO $241K. And I think we need to take a good hard look at what's appropriate before 5B comes up for a vote. And I wanted to get that in before the 5B vote, because after it's over, to comment on 5B is futile. And I also copied my notes in an email to Dan and Ted in case I ran out of time again. Thank you for letting me finish addressing that as best I can in my time that I have.
Anna, thank you for the comment. And keep in mind, the public comment on each item is always before the vote. So the public always has an opportunity to comment before the board takes action. Okay, I don't see any more public comment. Further board discussion, or can I invite a motion? And if I could, would the maker of the motion wordsmith and strike master on this as well?
Well, I'll make a motion if nobody that's not on the ad hoc isn't so inclined. All right, I approve the recommended action, changing item 2 and the words after the comma, appropriate staffing resources and the development of a parks and capital improvement plan to implement the report's findings, and direct GSA to proceed with researching appropriate collaborations with stakeholders, et cetera.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second the motion.
Motion on the floor. Any further comment? Not seeing any. We're ready to vote.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Chair Williams,
Yes.
and Supervisor McGordy.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Janelle. We're on to item, does staff need a break? Speak now or, okay, not hearing any. We're on to item 4E, which is a presentation from the local health officer regarding recommendations for safely holding public meetings. And this is sponsored by Public Health and the Executive Office. Is the executive office ready to present?
We're looking into it. It does not appear that the presenters are on the line as of yet, so we're reaching out to them, and we'll have an answer momentarily.
Do you want to go to 4D and come back?
We don't have a preference, but if you'd like to, we can do that.
Okay, let's go to 4D. This is regarding the standalone Mendocino County Water Agency. Sponsor it is the Water Agency, which is us. So who would like to present?
So good afternoon, Mr. Chair. This is Howard DeShield, Director of Transportation and we're coordinating the consultant, John Woodling, with GEI. And with no further ado, I see he's on, and I would introduce him and have him do their presentation.
All right, thank you, Howard. Good afternoon, Chair Williams and supervisors. I'm happy to be here today. As Howard said, I'm John Woodley, GI Consultants, and we were selected to help the county in this project to reestablish the Mendocino County Water Agency as a standalone agency. I've got a few objectives I wanted to accomplish today. First, just brief you on both the scope that we're undertaking and the progress. Present an overview of the work to date, and then more importantly is seek input on a list of steering committee participants for the next phase we're going to head into, and also seek your input on the workshop process and especially the supervisor involvement in that, if so desired. I'll be brief on a lot of this that you have in your packet, but briefly the scope we put into 5 tasks, and we've completed all but the very end of task 1, which is look at existing information on the water agency, existing information on water resources, historical information on the water agency, but also get information from stakeholders through a survey that we did and through a set of interviews that we did. Phase 2 or task 2 will be a series of workshops with a reduced list of stakeholders that are hopefully broadly representative to really drill down into the mission and the vision of the agency as it's reemerging, and also specifically what activities should it be undertaking. Task 3, once we get through that, we'll really start to define, okay, what are the resources that are needed, both staff and other resources. What are the requirements operationally, policies and procedures that may need to go in place? Task 4 is really, okay, so where's the money going to come from for this? So we'll look at a broad array of both outside funding through grants, but also what the internal options are. And that really kind of depends on who the beneficiaries are of the work that's going to be conducted. And then finally, task 5 is wrap it all up and create an implementation plan for the water agency going forward into next fiscal year and beyond. As far as schedule goes, we really kicked this off in earnest in January. We've been working closely with staff, having weekly meetings to move things along. We did, as I said, phase 1 or task 1, and we're moving into, in April, hopefully doing the workshops with our steering committee. We hope to be able to come back to you in May, report back on the recommendations for what the agency should do going forward, and also a first cut at what the budget might look like. So you can take that into consideration as you do budget planning for the next fiscal year. And then finally, our final deliverable will be in the July-August timeframe that really lays the groundwork for moving the agency forward. We sent out over 100 surveys to a variety of stakeholders, anybody interested in water issues, but also anybody interested in anything that indirectly is affected by water, like business and tourism and all those things that rely on your water supply. We got 48 surveys returned, which is a pretty good result for surveys of this type. And we conducted 17 interviews. And as you know, each of you was among the interviewees. As far as the survey goes, you have information in the packet, so I'm not gonna drill down too deeply into the results. Interesting, we asked people to rank some of the water challenges that the county's facing, and of course drought and the need for water conservation rose to the top. Climate change right up there. Infrastructure, there's definitely people who feel a lack of information on groundwater resources outside of the Ukiah Valley, which has been heavily studied under SGMA. And then the heart of the survey was asking about a whole range of activities that the agency could be undertaking going forward. And we asked people to both prioritize those, but also give us a sense of what they thought the agency role should be, whether in a lead role or a support role. And I think for the most part, people were
were highly supportive of an agency function in coordination, countywide planning, education, technical support to some of the smaller districts that may not have the technical managerial capacity. What there wasn't a lot of support for was the county agency developing, owning, and operating facilities, or holding water rights, or some of those functions that I think agencies' tendency is to want to do so themselves at the more local level. So jumping to I think the key for today to get your feedback on is this list of proposed steering committee members we presented, and I think there are 12 on there. We got feedback from some of the interviewees on who they thought would be good. We selected people based on survey responses and their interview responses, but we tried to make this broad geographically, tried to make it broad, small and large water systems, tried to include people beyond water, tribal interests, and I guess just briefly I'll go through who we have on this list. So Devin Bohr-Jones, Farm Bureau, former Supervisor Brown, District 1, either Joe Scriven or Deborah Edelman from the Mendocino RCD, John Morrell at West Point County Water District, Janet Pauley from Potter Valley and the Inland Water and Power Commission, Elizabeth Salamone, Russian River Flood Control, Javier Silva, who's a tribal consultant for the North Coast Regional Partnership, or Resource Partnership, sorry, John Smith at Fort Bragg, Jessica Stoll-Otto, who's been active, as you all know, on the Drought Task Force, the GSA and other things, Jim Sullivan from the Mendocino CSD, Jared Walker, who operates a number of the small water systems, and then finally, Sean White from City of Ukiah. So I'll stop there. And again, what we're asking for is concurrence or suggested changes to this list, and whatever involvement you think supervisors should have as we move into these workshops, so we can keep the process moving forward.
John, I support the idea of water agency. Well, we already have one. I support staffing it and funding it. But seeing that we don't have any money, I've heard the idea of grants. Do you see that as a primary funding source? And we won't hold you to it, but what portion of the funds needed do you think we could cover ongoing with grants? And I see water agencies in other counties, say Sonoma, have ratepayers, and they're self-funding. If I'm hearing that we won't have ratepayers, that our water agency won't be in the position of owning water rights or selling water, how do you fund it internally?
Yeah, good questions, and we'll certainly address that as we move forward. But I guess as far as grants, I think depending on what we decide the agency is going to do, there should be grant funding for some of it. So to the extent that the staff of the agency can do the work, like do an assessment of groundwater conditions in all the basins of the county, or coordinate drought preparedness for all the small water systems. Some of that could be grant funded. The other thing is there's a lot of opportunity, I think, for grants for projects and money that would actually flow to some of the water systems to improve their infrastructure or what have you. There could be an administrative portion of the grant, which is usually around 5% that county water agency could do. The challenge with grants is to keep the stream coming, so you have ongoing funding. As far as grants for the sole purpose of staffing up a water agency, that's going to be really challenging to find that. It's really, I think the biggest opportunity is funding activities that you then can have staff to do. That's a challenge because you can't necessarily find and hire a small staff that can do the range of things that you may want to be doing with the agency.
John?
Yeah, thank you. And as far as the grants go, if there's an administrative cost, we pulled in $12 million just in the last 6-8 months And if we could use that to help fund, and certainly that would provide services that we aren't providing at the current time. I know that there's a lot of interest in amping up whatever a water agency can do, because we've got climate change, we've got drought conditions, and it doesn't look like it's getting any better. So I certainly hope that we can look at grants, we can look at intertie, cost and all those kind of things. And I think that there's a lot of interest in this kind of work. And we're also looking at, Glenn and I, Supervisor McGordy and I have been looking at, what the water agency could do as far as kind of some of the regulatory issues too that we're dealing with as far as water hauling, water extraction. That's an agenda item later for the day. And lastly, as far as a proposed steering committee, I see that there's only one person from the 3rd district. And, the 3rd district has a lot of inland small water districts. And I think that it would be better, there's a lot of representation from the Ukiah Valley and that area, but not from the Northeast section. I think that if you could add someone who's, running one of the water districts in the 3rd district, it would be better too. So,
Okay, we can drill down into that.
okay, thank you.
Glenn?
So I think John covered a lot of the points I wanted to make. I just wanted to comment on the list of people for the proposed steering committee, and it represents some of the superstars of our water community that we have. We don't have a big one, but we have a lot of really good people in it that I think are very thoughtful, and I support the list, and we probably could use some more people from the 3rd district. The 3rd district, it represents a different kind of water situation than a lot of the other parts of Mendocino County, because they depend so much on groundwater there, and their groundwater resources are largely unknown, which is one of the challenges I think that the water agency's got to get on top of. So as far as this group is concerned, I think that this would be really good for us if we need to, endorse a proposed steering committee. I would endorse this one in a heartbeat. And I would just say, as far as long-term funding, I'm sure it'd be sort of hybrid. We have a very small amount to start with already. We have about $150,000 a year income that comes from the general fund. We don't need a big agency. I see this thing as being 4 or 5 people, but having some real expertise, because as I said before, we have wonderful volunteers that give their time, like Janet Pauley. Well, Janet's not going to live forever, but we still need to have someone represent us when we go to the table. And we're dealing with the Sonoma County Water Agency, and we're negotiating for water rights, which we're going to be doing with the Potter Valley Project. And when we are trying to come up with creative ideas, somebody who really knows the water agencies and has a relationship with them, because almost all water projects are so capital intensive, it's pretty rare that a municipality does it on its own. They almost always have state or federal dollars. And that's one of the capacities that we have to build that's not so good right now in our county. And as John said, the drought ad hoc, by pulling together the water community, managed to pump almost $12 million into the county in the last, less than a year. So right now, there is a lot of money available for capital improvement, and we want to be sure we're at the table. And that's why I think we need an agency.
I support that list. I would ask that we make an attempt to get representation from the South Coast. Irish Beach, Walla, Point Arena are missing from the list. And those are areas that do have water problems, different than the other parts of the county, but they do have water issues. Glenn, I'm concerned about a water agency with 5 staff members in terms of funding. And before we get too far along with this, I would like us to look at and agree on a funding plan. I don't think grants can fund 5 positions long-term, and using one-time money to hire staff is a bad idea, because you might have to fire people if you don't get more one-time funding. In fact, there's a county policy against doing this. So I think the options are make cuts elsewhere in the county to free up some budget, implement a new tax, probably not very popular, or maybe having these existing water agencies chip in to help fund a water agency. I don't know that they have the funds to do that, and I think they're going to want to see some tangible return on investment. Something will need to be provided in exchange for throwing some money at the water agency. But as it stands today, I imagine all 5 of us are probably in favor of the concept, but none of us know how we're going to pay for it. 5 staff members, that's some significant money.
Well, that's partially what we're conducting the study for. I've done that based on discussions that we've had behind the scene, and the water agency we once had before the 2009 recession, and that's about how many people were there. So there's kind of historic precedent for it. And beyond that, I don't have a clear idea. I have some ideas about how we may fund this as the Potter Valley projects reimagine. There may be an opportunity to monetize some of the money going through that project because it is in Mendocino County. Even if the water goes to Sonoma County, maybe there's a tax on water that flows through the tunnel that goes to Mendocino to help us. I don't know. This is partially why we have John working on the project with us. So, I agree with you, Ted. We're in a lousy financial position, and I've said that from the beginning. We're a small population and a really big county with a lot of infrastructural needs and not much tax base. So yeah, we have to be really creative on this. And you're right, we don't want to give up services to create new things to spend money on. So I'm really appreciative of that constant caution, and I agree with it.
Oh.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, the same as we discussed with cannabis, using grant funds or one-time dollars to add up staffing. I think it's the same situation where you're looking at, maybe this is interim, maybe until we figure out our path forward, and we wouldn't always be using or relying on one-time or grant funds. Just as Supervisor McGuire stated, it's an opportunity to look for additional funding mechanisms.
John?
Well, this is a question for John. Is that, you have 4 items listed for determining funding mechanisms. So the grants, the fee for service, general fund, or assessments. And out of that, can you put together a budget that would minimize the amount coming out of general fund? And, obviously the grants is sporadic, but do you see a way forward? Like, you're the expert, we've hired you to provide this expertise. What do you see as this county without much resources, but a real need for a water agency?
Yeah, good question. And I guess to put a few things in perspective, grants, the numbers on grants sound really big. The urban drought grant that's under consideration by DWR currently, I think is a $9 million request. There's $250,000 for administration built into that over 3 years. That's $80,000 a year isn't very much money for the staffing just to administer the grant. I think it's sort of a chicken and egg thing, and I think Chair Williams said, services to others have water agencies pitch in, but they're going to expect something. And I think, you've got to build some capacity of the agency to do these things to convince them, I think, that it's worth it. In a prior lifetime, I managed a regional agency in the Sacramento region. And over the course of about 15 years, we brought in $80 or $90 million of state and federal funding for the projects of the member agencies that formed this JPA. Well, they were all, their return on investment of their dues to the organization and their grant returns was on the order of 10 to 1. But specific grant funding for the agency, which may not own any facilities, they're not going to be grants for capital projects of the agency. it's really going to be bringing in grants, pushing it out to those water systems, and then expecting that they're going to support that, I think is the grant model. Fee for service, the opportunity for services, I think, are with the smallest water systems that don't have technical capacity, don't have managerial capacity, and might benefit from a circuit rider type of person to help them with operations, troubleshoot. They're also the systems with the least ability to pay for anything. So it's a problematic situation. And in my view, there's got to be a commitment to the agency from a source that may be general fund to get it up and running, to convince those that will help that contributions, a tax, whatever source, those beneficiaries will pay.
Do we have any public comment?
We do. We have Michael Katz.
Good afternoon, supervisors and Mr. Woodling. I appreciate the presentation on the water agency. I would like to, this is Michael Katz, Executive Director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I would like to point out that in the proposed steering committee, there is also missing any representation from the cannabis community in relationship to the water agency. As we all know, despite the very small footprint, 290 acres or so of licensed cannabis cultivation in Mendocino County, there are an outsized number of concerns about cannabis water use. And as such, and the important role that cannabis plays in this county's economy, I think it would be very appropriate to include a representative of the cannabis community on the steering committee, and MCA would be very happy to provide that support. We encourage you in this and in all things to engage with cannabis stakeholders, as they are an integral part of this community. Further to this point about the county rule about not being able to use one-time grant funding for staffing, I would like to point out again, I know this isn't that related an item, but in the recent cannabis local jurisdiction assistance grant program, there is plans to use substantial amounts of funding for full-time staff hires for that program. So that was something that had been indicated would be primarily contractors, but at the moment there is a plan not just for full-time hires, but also for additional office supplies and renovations, et cetera. So if there is in fact a rule against that, I imagine it should be applied across all departments equally. Thank you for your time.
That concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, back to the board. Glenn?
So another thing I just wanted to mention too, and this is kind of how things are integrated, is that we've recognized housing as a really important component of both our strategic plan, and I think just public discussion about what's making it difficult for our community in terms of economic development and staffing at the county, finding a place to live. And will serve with water is a really critical issue for constructing of homes. So this is another place where I think the agency could, if we had one, could really help out and trying to help strategically plan how some of this is going to work, because there will be a need to share resources. At least certainly I see that in Ukiah Valley, and I suspect in Fort Bragg as well, that if you want to see growth, you've got to have water, and we can't depend on groundwater everywhere. So something also I wanted to add in the discussion.
Might there be a couple supervisors willing to work on a funding model with the consultant? Because there's no way to bring this back without a funding plan. And I think today we have negative general fund. So we can't direct Darcy to allocate some general fund. There isn't any. And you could either propose making some cuts, adding an assessment or a tax, or finding another creative means to source revenue. But I think that's the logical next step, is before we can say yes, we need to see where the money will come from.
Yeah, I certainly would help in a discussion with the consultants and the steering committee. I think that would be a very good group.
John?
Yeah, and since Glenn and I are on the task force, the drought task force, I think I would be willing to work on that too. I think this is too important of a topic to not do. So we need to figure out a way to do it.
Okay, well, thank you both. Do anybody feel the need to make a motion on this, or should we just accept the report and trust the two supervisors will assist in the funding plan?
Chair Williams, can I request further clarification?
Sure.
With respect to a representative from Cannabis, would the board make that recommendation to the steering committee?
Well, I would support it if they have a funding source.
It's kind of a pay to play. Well, they do have a funding source. They have cannabis tax, and that's something that we can think about, because certainly water is an issue. Just as we think about TOT and parks, I think about cannabis and water.
Yeah, I would say maybe leave it to the ad hoc for a recommendation. They can come back with funding and a final draft of the committee makeup. John?
Yeah, I was just going to say that we could work on, finding a person from the South Coast and also another person from the 3rd District, along with a representative from the cannabis industry.
County Council, do we need a motion here, or direction sufficient?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe the direction would be sufficient. However, given, if I understand correctly, you're looking to take the same two members that were of the drought task force and give them sort of a new assignment. I would just suggest that the chair designate that as a new ad hoc and give it sort of a defined scope and mission, so that we're sort of clear as to who's doing what.
Okay, the Atlas, your hand is up. Do you have a question?
I was raising it for Christian.
Yeah, okay. So the chair creates a water agency funding ad hoc comprised of supervisors Haschek and McGuire, and assigns the task of developing a funding plan sufficient to stand up the water agency, and authorship of the committee. And was there any final public comment?
There's no more public comment.
Okay, and we're ready to move on. So we're going back to item 4E, which is the local health officer recommendations regarding safety for holding public meetings.
Yes, we pulled them both in.
Good afternoon, Board. Ann Molgard with Public Health. Dr.
Well-
Corin, our Public Health Officer, is on the line.
And sorry to interrupt, the audio is really bad. Is there a fan next to your microphone?
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, well,
Dr. Corin, why don't you go ahead?
All right. Well, thank you, Chair Williams, Board of Supervisors, CEO Angelo, and Interim CEO Antle. You have asked for my recommendations regarding safely opening up public meetings in Mendocino County. And I have submitted my recommendations very briefly to introduce them. Our trends now for COVID cases in the county are looking good. Our cases have come down. Available staffed general and intensive care unit beds in the hospital is much improved. CDC has developed a new set of standard levels, and where we were a high community level 2 weeks ago, we are now at a low community level, which is pretty much due to a lower risk for hospital burden. The universal indoor mask order has changed from an order to a strong recommendation. Schools have also changed to a strong recommendation for masking. So while all these indicators and trends look good, it is also important to understand that we can't predict whether there would be a new variant and return us to risk of a high transmission or a higher level of community risk for our hospitals. About 30% of our eligible population remains unvaccinated, and 50% of those who are vaccinated have not had boosters. And in addition, there are people who've had boosters and vaccines who are not able to mount a sufficient immunologic response to keep them out of the hospital and so forth. So there's significant risks to congregating indoors without a mask, but the recommendations that I've made reflect the progress we have made as a community while recognizing the risks that still exist. So I think it's reasonable to allow in-person indoor meetings, but to protect the most vulnerable in the community, I believe we should continue to have some online meetings available. In the letter, I also outlined various mitigation efforts that could be undertaken. As a county, I think that we should be definitely looking to increase our ventilation systems. We will proceed with other potential mitigations that various boards in the county would be interested in pursuing. And those are my recommendations.
John?
Yeah, this might be a question for Judy Morris, Deputy CEO in charge of the Ledge platform, is that CSAC has been working on creating hybrid legislation so that we can have our board meetings, and have the, Zoom capability, that hybrid model. And, there's obviously issues surrounding publication of addresses and those kind of issues and access for the public. So I was wondering if Judy Morris had any update on that aspect of it.
Thank you, Supervisor, and good afternoon, Chair and board members. There are two bills out there that I've been, actually I have a call on Friday regarding two bills to just describing what you just talked about. So I would anticipate on our April 5th meeting a letter of support either for both or one of them. But yes, there's a couple bills out there. I'm trying to bring them up right now if I can. There's at least four that will help provide a hybrid model to both the public and governing boards. So I would anticipate some letter of support for the April 5th, 3rd meeting that does just that. And one of them certainly is the hybrid model. And as you pointed out, without publishing addresses. If you recall in the past, if you were to have a remote meeting, you or somebody would have to publish where that particular meeting is. And that is not going to actually have to be required in this recent legislation.
Okay, thank
Does
you.
that help?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions?
Glenn?
This question is for Dr. Corin specifically. So, we're really anxious, I think, as a community and even a board to go back into the boardroom. So from your perspective, what are we going to need to do before you think it's a good idea?
Well, I think it's possible, at this point to do it. I do think that you should make sure that the ventilation system is as good as it possibly can be. I think that it would be a useful thing to have a written safety protocol. You could consider spacing out the chairs to 6 feet, which is still a useful mitigation effort. Face masks are still very, very useful. And I think that there could be a requirement to wear face masks. Attendees could be screened for COVID-19 symptoms. There could be voluntary sign-in sheets so that if there is some outbreak, we would be easily able to get in touch with those people who might have been affected. And then, of course, consideration of requiring a current vaccination status or proof of a negative test. Those are all things to be considered. But I think this is a reasonable time to open up and start having in-person meetings. We can't predict the future, but I think we're confident enough to begin in that direction and be prepared to to make some changes if there is another surge.
So for those of us sitting on the dais, what do you recommend? How should that be set up? What should we be doing? What's required for us to be there?
I visited the board chambers yesterday just to look around, and there has been the chairs in the front row. A row has been removed. It looked like you all on the dais are reasonably well spaced. Those of you who might feel you're at a little bit more risk could wear a mask, but I'm not saying that that's mandatory. These are all mitigation efforts. And in our community, there's still a strong recommendation to wear masks indoors. So I think that wearing a mask would be a reasonable approach, yet opening the meetings to the public.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't want it to be misrepresentative to the community. I'm vaccinated and boosted. I go a lot of places and don't wear a mask. So I don't want for the community to think that I'm in any way not prepared to come forward as a board member and be on the dais. I had a question probably for county council, or maybe it's for Judy. And that is, has the current legislation been repealed to us having to notice if you are going to be working remotely, or is that still in place? I understand that there's legislation pending they're working on, but what is the current status today? If a board member were to participate remotely, would they have to be in a location that's accessible to the public?
If I may answer through the chair, after AB 361, the current state of affairs is that when we are not in an emergency, any location that any member of the legislative body is participating from, so any place that any board member is participating from, needs to be published, needs to be open to the public, needs to be ADA accessible, and needs to have an opportunity for the public to comment from that location. Under the AB 361, because we are in an emergency and we are making the requisite findings, you can have this sort of meeting now where the individual members are participating remotely. I will let you know, I have gotten questions from some of the legislative bodies in Mendocino County as to whether or not they are able to do that for just one member and be open for the public more generally. So, for example, some legislative bodies may have one particular member who is unusually vulnerable and doesn't feel safe participating in a large group. If the board continues to make the findings, as long as we are still in a state of emergency, which we are at this time, you can proceed with a model to that effect. However, as soon as we have an end to the emergency, that practice would need to stop, and any location anyone is participating from would need to be published, open to the public, and ADA accessible.
John?
Yeah, so, okay, it seems like we're heading towards opening, which I totally support at this point. But if we did that with some modifications, like Dr. Corrin's recommending, we continue spacing, maybe with the board chambers, we limit the number of participants. We ask for people to be masked. while attending. I mean, are those policies that we could implement? And Dr. Corn, do you think that would be sufficient?
If I may respond through the chair, I think that those mitigation efforts are very reasonable at this point. We still have a high transmission level for our county. So for an individual person walking through the county, there is still a high possibility of contracting the COVID. The change that the CDC has made is recognizing that as it applies in our county, the community level of COVID is low, meaning our hospitals are reasonably well protected. But for an individual, I still recommend wearing a mask. That's what's appropriate. And so I think that making those changes in the board chambers, using distancing, and perhaps while people are not speaking, they would remain masked. That would be another way to approach opening the chambers.
So I guess my follow-up question would be for the executive office, can we implement those policies so that we can return on April 5th to the board chamber?
Chair Williams, Supervisor Hashak, this is CEO Angelo for one of the last comments here. If the board directs that the chamber is open at our next meeting, the first meeting in April, we can do that. I do not believe that we have the ability to enforce. I can tell you that we do have a plan with the chamber where we could socially distance as far as the seating. And certainly there are things that we can do, but there's no enforcement. If people come in unmasked or whatever that is not in compliance with what our health officer is recommending, there's no way to enforce it. Thank you.
Any public comment?
We have one caller for public comment. And that will be Ron Edwards.
Good afternoon, good evening, board. I really am glad that you are going to this hybrid method. And as Michael Katz suggested, that we utilize the hand raise, because in most every other county meeting that is on Zoom, the hand raise function is available. And I'm not sure what technology would be different from the board meeting, and it's available for, say, the ground basin water meeting or the cannabis meetings. So really, I think that if the county can't figure that out, that's a major problem, and we need to find people who can do that. I don't think the verbiage in this letter was very good, particularly item D. The county has had a no perfume or policy for a long time, and I think that could have been worded that they're just going to be doing a temperature scan for the overall health of the public. And on item E, instead of the voluntary sign-up sheet, if you could have a unique ID number that people could apply with the county, and they would have a unique ID number that they could put down on that form, that way they could maintain their privacy if they're not speaking publicly, because I know that people do attend the meeting but don't speak publicly, and when you do speak publicly, you need to identify yourself in that chamber. Also, I think that there's a lot of anxiety and people want to get into the board, and I think a lot of people might even want just a little confrontation. And would it be possible to have an orientation outside of the chamber before the meeting starts to kind of go over the rules of decorum, what's expected of people, so that that can be stated well before people get into the chamber, well before there's a problem, and then people knowing what the rules are can make a decision whether they want to enter the chamber or not. Because I'm looking forward to seeing the board open, but I'm not looking forward to a circus. I mean, Mendocino County, we are well-educated people, and I hope that we can be very civil when we reopen. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, are we ready to accept the report? It looks like it. Okay, so report accepted. We're on to item 5B. Pursuant to Government Code Section.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
just to clarify, accepting the report, does that mean that we're accepting that we'll reopen on April 5th?
That's not how I read the recommended action of accepting the report. Do we want to, does the board want to give that direction?
Yes. I'd like to see us open the board chambers on the 5th of April.
Glenn?
I would as well, assuming that everything is ready. If, you know, that I would like some feedback from our staff. I don't want to put them in a situation of where they're, you know, they're being forced to do something they don't feel comfortable with completely. And all I mean by that is I want to be sure that all the necessary safety and precautions are in place for us to have a safe meeting.
Mo?
I'll yield to staff to answer whether or not they think that they're ready for that.
CEO Antle?
Darcy Antle, Interim CEO. Yes, I would respectfully ask for April 19th and work through a few of the logistics that we need to incorporate for a hybrid model.
Well, I don't know if Glenn seconded Hashek's motion, but I could ask him if he's willing to do April 19th and then second it and then reveal my comment.
Well, as usual, I was kind of on the wall between the two of you. I like the idea of getting back into the boardroom as soon as possible, but I also want to defer to our staff to be sure it's safe to do so. If they feel that April 19th is when they're going to be ready, then that's what I would support.
And I would support that too.
CEO Antle?
That was, my hand was up from prior. Sorry.
Okay, motion on the floor. Do we have any public comment?
We already
Chair.
did
Yeah.
public comment on this
Okay.
item.
Mo?
Yeah, I just had one final comment. I think, you know, Dr. Corrin's recommendation clearly states that all attendees will be masked, and the chair does have the ability to halt the meeting, in which the supervisors can leave the meeting if we feel that our staff is not being treated respectfully and that folks aren't adhering to the orders that Dr. Corrin has set out or the recommendation that Dr. Corrin has set out. So I hope that as staff works through what they would like the policies and procedures to be, they can clearly define that and when that might need to happen. Because if it does, I think that the board should show solidarity in keeping our staff safe and making sure that they feel comfortable.
Thank you for that. John?
And I think that we should publicize what the rules are that we're abiding by before the meeting. So like Mr. Edwards had talked about, you know, giving some kind of community education for what's expected at the board meetings.
Glenn?
And that actually we put in our board agenda. Is there a space to discuss that?
I'm sure we could put the expectations at the top of the agenda. Okay, do we want to vote? Clerk?
I can look into the system limitations that we use to create the agenda. We should be able to pull something off. I can't guarantee that it's going to be on the front page or anything, but we should be able to insert some block language. Were you calling for the vote or were you calling for a clarification?
I think we're ready to vote.
Okay, can I get is the motion itself just to direct staff to return to a hybrid in-person online Board of Supervisors meeting model on April 19th?
Correct.
Supervisor McGordy,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
Chair Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Now we're on to, does staff need a break?
Yes, please.
10 minutes?
Sure.
Okay, so we'll be back at 5:40.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community. not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
We have one comment on 7F, and that is from Ron Edwards.
Yeah, I'm going to hold my comment on this one. Thank you very much for getting back to this, though.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, in that case, we get to move on. We're on item 5B. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953C3, one of my favorites, this contract is to appoint Darcy Antle as interim chief executive officer effective March 20th, 2022 for a term of up to 12 months. It provides her annual salary will be $200,000 with compensation including benefits totaling $338,000. This is a one-year contract commencing March 20th, 2022 and continuing in full force and effect until March 19th, 2023. Any initial board comments? Mo?
Yeah, I would like to share with the public that this is very comparable average salary to other counties our size. I regret not writing down what Ms. Stockel reported earlier, but I think that some of the numbers might not have included the benefits. And a lot of times when we have these conversations about public salaries, I think generally that gets missed, how much contributions we put into health insurance and retirement, and it increases the cost. So the board has transitioned to putting in the agenda item the full costs of the salary and not just the base pay, which I think is important for transparency. So I'm not sure if we have public comment. Otherwise, I would make a motion to approve the contract.
Do we have public comment?
Yes, we have Anna Stockel on the line.
To
Go
your
ahead, Anna.
point, my spreadsheet absolutely included base pay, other pay, which I'm not sure what that is. I have to get somebody to explain that to me. benefits and total pay and benefits, and it is absolutely not commensurate with the other counties. I've shared the spreadsheet with Ted and Dan, and it is available for public viewing. And anybody that tries to say that these salaries are commensurate with the other counties is just plain wrong. I've got the data. I think this needs to be revisited with the residents of this county, and the data needs to be shown to everybody.
Mr. Chair, I did have a question for Ms. Stockel if she's done with her comments.
Please.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Stockel, what was the total salary that you had for Yuba County?
For you, sorry, which county?
I think you said Yuba County earlier.
I did all but one county. For some reason, one county wasn't available. Hang on, let me pull up my spreadsheet. I can email it to you also, but I did email, or Ted or Dan can, because I emailed it to them.
Yeah, I'm happy to email you what I have. I do think it's important for transparency that people understand that the salary is comparable. So I'm happy to share notes with you after the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, well, it's not, and I've got, like I said, everything. I've got base pay plus overtime, which is 0, plus other pay, which is not defined, plus the total of that. This is how Transparent California reports it. Plus benefits, and the total is pay plus benefits. And let's see, I've got it up. You asked me for, sorry, for which county? I have to sort.
Oh, Yuba County's salary for 2020 for their SEO was $300,423. And Sutter County, which is the county that has the population just above ours, their total pay for their CEO was actually less than ours at $280,966. But then when you get to Nevada County, you're looking at $460,000 for the year for their CEO.
Okay, I now
so
have
it averages.
County. I'm sorry, for Yuba County, what did you say that by the way, that the title there is County Administrator. That makes it especially hard to figure things out because people call things differently. A lot of them call it County Administrative Officer, which seems a lot more appropriate for what the job is. But I'm sorry, what did you say that total pay and benefits for Yuba was?
For Yuba, they have an SEO, and it's $300,000.
For Yuba, I read in 2020 they have a county administrator, which is $241,000.
So that it would be that 241 versus the 200 we're offering our interim CEO.
No. The 200 is base pay. You said total was 338K, right?
Yeah, and as I understand, in because it's Nevada County, total pay is 460.
Nevada County, I was up all night last night doing this because I wanted to make sure I wasn't wrong on what I'm saying. Nevada County, total pay and benefits for the position is Chief Fiscal Administrative Officer. Total pay and benefits was $219K.
No, that's the wrong position. You want to look for Nevada County, you would look at County Executive Officer.
They don't have that in Transparent California.
I looked at it a few days ago. It's there.
Well, I think I don't know if anybody wants.
It's difficult because people call it different. There's a Chief Executive Officer of LA, but most of it is like County Administrative Officer. There's a Chief Executive Officer of Merced. The fact that the titles are not consistent between counties makes it especially challenging. So to my point, I think we need to get together on the data, and the residents need to see it, and we all should agree on what it is, because my numbers show that the interim CEO salary is already in the top third of all of the 57 counties that I could account for. Oh, except for Humboldt didn't report for 2020. They reported for 2019.
Mo, do you have any more questions for Ms. Stockel?
I don't. I'd like to share my notes with her in an email offline. Thank you.
Okay, you guys have my, well, it's anna.stockel@gmail. Everybody knows it now.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
No, that concludes public comment for this item.
Okay. Can I invite a motion?
I move the recommended action.
I'll second.
Clerk, we're ready to vote.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
and Chair Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
And Chair, if I could note, I would just went to Transparent California. The Chief Executive Officer of Nevada County, which is one of the comparable counties that the County of Mendocino compares itself to. 2 years ago, 2020, that position's total compensation was $460, which is 36% higher than what we just voted on. And that was 2 years ago. Again, one of the counties that we compare our county employees to.
Thank you. Agenda item 5C regarding regulation of water extraction and mining and inland and water hauling. Sponsors are Supervisor Haschek and McGorty.
Yeah, well, I'll start this off. You don't mind, Supervisor McGorty? Is that, as the drought task force, we heard a lot of stories. We were dealing with a lot of crisis situations. And during that time, we've heard a lot of stories about people extracting water from the valley floors, from these aquifers that we have no real understanding of, and shipping it off into the hills, a lot of times for unpermitted cannabis grows. And also, we've heard, and so in the valley floors, you'd hear stories about people's water, their wells going dry because of over extraction from their neighbors. Lots of issues like that when you get a grandmother calling that's saying she has to haul 5-gallon jugs to use for the toilet. That's it's heartbreaking. And then we also heard a lot of stories about the water trucks, and some roads getting hundreds of water truck trips per day. And so we've heard about these water trucks going at all times of the day, all times of the night, and extracting from sometimes legal sources, sometimes illegal sources, but a lot of times it's just unregulated. And so Supervisor McGorty and I met with water district representatives. We met with water haulers, the Farm Bureau, MCA, the environmental groups. We met with people who were just normal citizens, worried about their water conditions, and law enforcement, code enforcement, planning and building staff, county council, environmental health. So we had quite a few meetings on those lines, and the recommendations we came up with are representative of that. But I still think that even if we adopt the recommendations, that there's probably still a few public meetings that Supervisor McGorty and I could have where it's open up to everyone. They could make their comments, and because we found out some interesting things along the way about what laws are already in existence or in the county code, and the limitations and of our code enforcement, law enforcement, regulatory system. And so we've been trying to balance all of these issues with coming up with something that really does provide an effective way of regulating water extraction, mining, which is considered as mining, and water hauling. So Supervisor McGorty, if you have anything to add to that.
Sure. So I kind of bullet pointed a few things about this to kind of build on what you had to say is that there already exists an ordinance requiring use permits in businesses for selling and drinking water. So it may be possible to amend it to include all water sales. And this is what we were kind of, in discussing with county council, they felt the best approach was try to work with existing ordinances if we can, rather than create a whole new one. And you know what we've also discussed is that people selling water will have to have meters on their wells and track all sales with receipts and records, who they sold it to. People hauling water will have to keep a logbook with the destination of where they are delivering water. No sales to illegal cannabis operations would be allowed. Mendocino County Code Enforcement will check for compliance, inspecting logs of both water purveyors and trucks filling up. They seem to be the logical agency. The Sheriff's Office may also inspect trucks and sales logs on the road as deemed necessary. They don't want to be forced to have to do this, but if they should incidentally stop someone who's hauling water, they would like to see the log. Non-compliance to the rules would have substantial fines starting at $1,000 per event of illegal or unauthorized sales and go up $1,000 each time that someone's caught. No water hauling at night from 11 a.m. until dawn. Exceptions can be made for emergencies like fires, road construction, or other legitimate uses of water that need to be applied during night hours. Water suppliers would have to register at the Sheriff's Office and code enforcement just to let them know that it's a legitimate use. And there may also be regulations to monitor groundwater elevation from commercial wells to be sure the groundwater is not being overpumped to the detriment of neighboring wells. So these are all things that we've discussed. We have not really reached any conclusions, but as John has said, we've talked to everybody, and including Farm Bureau and some of the other users who are concerned about, you know, they don't want to be impeded of doing legitimate things on their farm, like hauling water to their animals at different times of the day or night. So those are some of the things that were discussed so far by our ad hoc.
John, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, one of the points that we did find out was that right now there's a major use permit is required for water extraction pursuant to MCC chapters 20.036, which is what the same code for oil and gas is used, and comes from a ruling in 2011 that the Board of Supervisors upheld. And so, you know, I don't think that we need to go to a major use permit for some of this water extraction. And maybe that's how we need to really look at what the possibilities are, you know, not going to a major use permit, but making sure that the water that people are extracting and selling for commercial purposes is sustainable for the community. And then the last number 10 is we felt like there needed to be some, you know, significant fines. Right now, I think it's $100 for the offense. And we're saying, okay, $1,000 for the first violation, $2,000 for the second, $3,000 for the third, and then $5,000 for subsequent. Because we want to make it so that people don't just say it's cost of doing business and continue on.
Mr.
Chair, you're on mute.
Oh, thank you. I have a couple questions for the ad hoc. In areas of the county where there's a present problem, by all means, I support the ad hoc on coming up with a solution. But I think if we're not careful, we're in the worst drought in 1,200 years. We may put drinking water companies under an unanticipated consequence of either adding regulation or just enforcing regulation that's already on the books. So on the coast last year, we had water hauled from inland. I feel pretty bad about the line items for that. It was expensive. And I feel bad about the carbon footprint of hauling water across the county. This year, fuel prices may be double, and we may be looking at more wells going dry. right? We're another year into a drought and we haven't had a lot of rain. It's looking pretty bad. I think what you're proposing may fix some illicit cannabis nuisance problems in Covelo, but may punish Comshy in effect. So, if you want to try this in one area of the county, ideally not District 5, where we don't have very much water, I guess I'm okay with that, but I really don't like the idea of shutting down water services. And I know everybody should be following the books and have a well and maybe a use permit and so forth. Reality is that's not where we're at. We probably have a lot of water hauling in the millions of gallons that's keeping kids brushing their teeth with drinking water that could be impeded by this effort. Any thoughts?
Well, I agree with you 100%. And what we're really kind of going after really is cannabis water hauling. And there's certain places that routinely are complaining. And I think that's what Supervisor Hasjack and I are trying to address, are places where there's chronic and major water hauling going on to illegal cannabis operations. I don't want to go after somebody in Comchi who is legitimately selling water, especially from a spring or something, and he's done so for years.
Yeah, but I think this language may have that effect, and I know that's not the intention here. So before we put this to a vote, can we make sure it doesn't impact either water that's used for watering down roads, which should be collected locally, not driven across the county from an approved source? That's not a good idea. And drinking water.
Yeah. So my understanding on this discussion is we weren't asking you to adopt anything. It's more or less to give us direction. And the county council can weigh in because Christian's been with us a lot on these discussions, and we'll want to hear from him before we're finished.
Dan?
Yeah, I just want to start by saying that I think that what the committee is bringing forward is what the board asked for based on public input that we received during the last 12 months. But I think what Supervisor Williams is bringing up is a legitimate concern about how do we help the people who do have legitimate sources that they haven't perfected through a regulatory system. They've just dug a well. They don't have any kind of permit specific to hauling water to, for commercial purposes, but they might not be hurting anybody. So how do we help those people, get through a permit program? And, we've had a little struggle there with a certain industry getting into the permit system. But if we were just talking about just a county only permit, I'm curious, that if you look at the North Coast Resource Partnership, which is our 7-county group that we're a part of, over the years, at times we've given grants, I'm going to call them mini grants, that have purchased water storage tanks. And quite probably the vast majority of the people who were receiving those were cultivating in Southern Humboldt, Northern Mendocino County. And so, but the point was they were trying to protect the Eel River watershed, basically, by giving them the water tanks. And I'm just curious if there's any thought or exploration by our fledgling water agency and just all the research that you two are doing. Is there some money that could be obtained to help the county just sort of prove or disprove that some of these people who are water hauling for domestic use are not harming the environment? They're not raiding some creek, they're not raiding some river, they've got a well that's not negatively impacting their neighbors.
John?
John, you're on mute.
Sorry. Yeah, we didn't look into grants about storage and those kind of issues, but we're certainly trying to be cognizant of that there are a lot of legitimate uses for water in the county. There's people water hauling for residential purposes. We don't think that this will affect that. There's people hauling for road and when there's a timber harvest plan. So we don't want to kind of infringe on those, but at the same time, we do have a critical issue in our county, and it's just getting worse. You know, this is the biggest drought in 1,200 years. So how do we do it? How do we monitor the water so that it's sustainable? And you know, there's certainly maybe the land use process that we have on the books right now isn't, or the major use permit is not the right approach, which I don't think it is, but there could be another approach that would be more applicable to many circumstances.
So an idea I have is perhaps you could hold a meeting, a committee meeting, and invite all of the water haulers and let them offer some advice on how to protect what we care most about, the residential water supply, while mitigating the impacts of nuisance in some of our inland communities. And then maybe bring that back to the board. But start there. What I'm afraid of is a well-intentioned proposal that ends up shutting down some water services that we depend on every year, but more in a drought year.
And why would it shut them down?
Well, item 6 here, develop standard conditions and guidelines respecting use permits for water extraction with the input and assistance planning commission. That's starting to sound like an onerous process. And I think, we've seen with cannabis process, most can't get through it. And if we're setting up a similarly complex system, and it may be that we run into state codes, we're going to find out people are doing probably what they shouldn't be doing. But we're in a major drought. We need that water to continue flowing. Now's not the time to shut anybody down. So, that's my concern, is I just want to make sure drinking water is available as much as possible. And even so, we're probably going to have to get into a hauling situation again. Mo?
Yeah, I was just going to add to the expenses, especially of people that may really be doing this very short term. They bought a water truck last year, or maybe they kind of have one for fire season, and don't typically have a water hauling business, except for that there's a need right now. And so they're doing it for those purposes, for their friends and neighbors, and not really some big commercial enterprise. In addition to the use permit expenses, the expense of a hydrological study for somebody that's really just, added a pump on their well for a short-term basis, that's really an expense that wouldn't be justifiable for them, especially because considering how much they're actually getting for the water. So I do share the same concerns about drinking water specifically.
Was that the Deputy CEO, Antle?
Actually, Mr. Chair, it's Christian Curtis, County Counsel. So I just wanted to the ad hoc has touched on this a bit, but I just want to be sort of very clear that under your existing rules, any sort of extraction of groundwater to be sold off-site is something that already requires a use permit. That's something that I think is not entirely well understood. That is consistent with the code, and that is something that actually had been addressed through the Planning Commission and Board of Appeals previously. As I understand it, from the discussions with the ad hoc, the recommendation number 6 would be to try and standardize the conditions that get attached to those use permits, so that when we're dealing with water, essentially there's sort of equity, and there's a common set of requirements that would be sort of handled for each of those permits that were issued. And my understanding is that the ad hoc had some concerns, especially around things like logs, et cetera, that might be built in to conditions for the use permits, other things like potentially a relatively short turnaround or some sort of reporting or revisiting requirement if there appears to be indications of depletion of the groundwater. If the board wanted to move to a more permissive regime, you certainly could do that. But I do want to be clear that just based on what you have on the books right now, any extraction from an unpermitted well to be sold off-site, it is something that would currently be in violation of the code. Now, I don't know that there's been super active enforcement on that, and I don't know that there have been a lot of reports or complaints about that either. But I do just want to be clear so that we're all sort of operating with the same baseline, if you will, that at this moment, you already have a requirement for a use permit for the wells. You can loosen that. That's a direction we would need to take back to the, through the planning commission, through an amendment of the zoning code process, et cetera. You can leave it as is, or you can possibly change it. The recommendation that the ad hoc had was only to try and standardize it, not necessarily to add or subtract at this time.
I understand. I guess my concern is if we enforce the rules that are already on the books, we will impact drinking water. And, of all times, it doesn't seem like it's the top priority for us to take up. So, if the ad hoc is concerned that illicit cannabis inland is creating a nuisance, might it be possible to address that first and then come back to this after the drought is over? Because I don't disagree that, there should be regulation and it should be reasonable regulation. But if we shut down one water truck this season, we're going to be asking the county for general fund to haul water again, only we don't have any general fund available. And the hauling may be double due to fuel costs. It just doesn't seem like this should be our top priority. Glenn?
So first of all, I believe we still have funds left over from last year. Howard's here, so he can talk a little bit about the water hauling grant. And second of all, I think what we're really after is kind of the bad actors who we know are hauling water illegally. And the idea would be that code enforcement would go to the source of where hauling is being done and just check with the well and check with the water hauler to look at their logs to see where they're going, who they're selling to. But that's really the focus of our efforts. It's not to go out and harass everybody who sells water. That's really the last thing that we want to do. We're really focused on illegal hauling for cannabis.
I understand, but when we give direction to staff, I don't think they have a lot of discretion. And when we were trying to find a way to move water from one side of the county to the other, it was difficult to find a licensed water truck. Turns out there's a lot more water haulers with water trucks than there are state approved. And yeah, I support they should be state approved, but during a drought, water's water. And I don't want anybody in a residential situation hurting because the county has gone after, illegal water trucks that are probably totally safe, but maybe don't meet state code perfectly.
So we had to follow specifically as part of the grant that they had to be trucks that were approved for hauling potable water. And that's what we had a shortage of. We didn't have people who were doing that. Howard, do you have any comments on this since you're on the line? Maybe Howard's not on the line.
No, I'm here. It just takes me a while to find the button. So, Mr. Chair Williams, Howard DeShield, Director of Transportation. Right now, we have the ability to move water from Ukiah to Fort Bragg, where the water is retreated and dispensed by the city of Fort Bragg and then privately delivered by water haulers. That's not the only water hauling that goes on the coast. That is just, and we do have grant funding for that. I might add, we only have grant funding for residential water that comes out of Fort Bragg through this system. So there's still the matter of commercial water on the coast. So we can supply water to the coast this coming year at the level we supplied it last year, and we can do that all summer. But at this point, only to the city of Fort Bragg.
Howard, there was an additional question. I don't know if when you jumped on. My concern is if we decide to prioritize enforcement of use permits and other regulation, could we inadvertently shut down some drinking water haulers and impact the coast during a major drought?
I'm not going to comment on whether water should be hauled by anything other than a fully licensed potable water truck.
Thank you, John.
Well, the issue of going after cannabis and illegal cannabis grows and getting the water haulers when they're at the illegal cannabis grows. It's something that they tried in Lake County and it was considered ineffective. And so what we're looking at is really being more effective in going for the source of the water. And if we can control what people are extracting out of, aquifers, preserving those aquifers, sustainable water extraction, those are what we need to be looking at. That we're in a drought. We don't know how long this drought is going to go on, but if we just don't do anything, we're going to have serious repercussions for a lot of people in the county because the water is going and they won't have it. And, the quality of the water is getting degraded. And so this is our attempt. And certainly we're up for more, there's needs to be more discussion on it. There needs to be more public comment on it. But it's our effort to move it forward.
I appreciate that, John. I appreciate the ad hoc's work on this. Would the ad hoc consider working towards getting the existing drinking water haulers fully certified and licensed and approved before enacting any restrictions or increasing enforcement? In other words, instead of $1,000 truckloads of water from Ukiah to the coast, would you be willing to spend some of the money on getting the current water haulers fully compliant? Because then this makes sense. But if we do it out of order, we may shut down water haulers that are critical to rural communities. Glenn?
You bring up a lot of good questions, and I'm not really sure how many water haulers in Mendocino County actually are fully compliant with state water regulations. When I was in the unfortunate circumstance of having to purchase water last year, and I didn't ask to see the person's license to see if he was legal for hauling drinking water, because I filled up my tanks. I have a water purification system that happens after because I don't trust my well, so I typically ozonate everything. So that kind of wasn't our object really. What our object was things we know are really egregious, where people are hauling continuously around the clock, and they're really annoying the neighbors. I think of places like Black Bart Trail and Road B and Redwood Valley, where people have illegal grows, or maybe they're legal and they don't have enough water. That's kind of what we're after. I like your idea of maybe talking with the water haulers themselves and get a feel for them, what they think is going on, so that that's a stakeholder group we haven't had a lot of contact with, and that might be useful. We might get some good information out of them about what to do to kind of lessen this problem.
Is the ad hoc willing to take that up and then come back rather than passing this today? Because I think all five of us probably agree we want to address the bad actors where nuisance is being created and there's environmental destruction, and we don't want to hurt the drinking water supply. I don't think that this recommended action captures that. So maybe you could consider a different motion, but another approach would be just take the direction of the board, go work with those other stakeholders and come back with a more concrete plan. What do you think?
Yeah, I think there's time, and I think it's worth having a discussion, because when this is all said and done, I don't want people to say nobody talked to me, and I want us to say yes, we had a very global discussion, which so far I think Supervisor Hasjack and I have had. We've talked to a lot of different people. We've talked to water purveyors. We've talked to people who are annoyed by water trucks. We've talked with county council. We've looked at legislation from other places that have water hauling restrictions, like Tehama County. So and it kind of came down to, we discovered that there was things already in our building and planning code. So that's kind of why we're trying to work with what we have and modify it so that it has kind of a minimal impact on certainly staff, because I'm most conscious of their time, but also gets the objective of which is not to stop people hauling water for domestic use. It's to stop water being hauled for illicit cannabis. So yeah, I'd be willing to go spend a little bit more time. We'll get it right.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, we do.
First on the line is going to be Michael Katz.
Good evening, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. This is a fascinating conversation to listen to, and I certainly hope that one day the approach being taken to those water haulers who are hauling drinking water who may not fully be through the full state permitting system, that the approach being taken and discussed for them can also be approached to those cannabis operators locally who are not fully through the permitting system. I will say that the understanding of the stakeholder groups that were involved in developing this with the ad hoc, which as Supervisor McGordy indicated, included water haulers, water districts, concerned citizens, and the cannabis community as well. This was a recommendation to curtail illegal water hauling. And as such, that is the intent behind it. And the permitting and all of those recommendations are to support that goal. And as such, the cannabis community has written in support of that goal here today and actually provided some additional suggestions for how to further make a useful program. Number one consideration regarding this is for parity in treating legal licensed cannabis holders the same as any other legal water user. So as this conversation has continued and we understand that there is concern about illegal water hauling for illegal cultivation and share that concern, it is essential that any ordinance not be biased towards one particular use, but does actually cover any illegal commercial uses, which we believe is how this ordinance, how this recommendation currently reads. So as such, we do support this recommendation. We do believe that the ad hoc has done an excellent job in seeking public input on this, and we support moving forward with their proposals. And if that proposal does not move forward today, then we certainly are willing and able to participate in future conversations about this with sharing the same goals of environmental protection and water source protection. Thank you very much.
Next on the line is Devin Bohr.
Good evening, supervisors. Devin Bohr, Mendocino County Farm Bureau, and we submitted some written comments for this item today. And to echo the previous speaker, we do also appreciate the opportunities to have conversations with the ad hoc committee. And I guess, based on some of the comments expressed by other board members, really what it comes down to is clarity on intent. I think we entered into some of these conversations initially sort of looking at water hauling for illicit cannabis cultivation. And again, intent or not, reading through some of these recommendations that were brought forward for this item today, there were several other questions that came up regarding potential unintentional consequences and impacts to other legal uses. There have been mentioned such as timber harvest plans and dust suppression on road control, as well as livestock, etc. So the other main point that came up is I'd like some clarification in terms of water extraction. I did hear County Council mention specifically commercial licensing. That wasn't all that clear, especially since looking up some of the county code sections that were referenced didn't seem to really include a extraction component related to water. So there is clarification that is needed there. And I think that's where the largest angst lies, is whether the intent of what is being proposed today is going to expand upon overall groundwater extraction regulations at the local level for Mendocino County. If that is the intent of this, then there needs to be a significantly larger conversation. And I think a lot of folks may not be aware of what is being proposed. So I would encourage you to take a look at those written comments that were submitted on this item. And we do look forward to continuing to participate in the conversation regarding where this may be going. So thank you.
Next on the line is Ron Edwards.
Good evening, almost good night, board. Yeah, I kind of like where Chair Williams was going with this as far as cost goes, because the price of water delivery goes up every year. And did we get any idea of what this is going to add to the cost of delivery for this increased paperwork that the deliverers will be having to do? And I think, actually, I hope that what we will see with the illegal water is what we saw with soil. If you go back to 2016, 2015, 2014, you saw all kinds of transfer trucks delivering soil. And in the chambers in 2017, people were complaining not so much about water trucks, but about soil trucks being delivered. And as we have seen, as the price continued to go down, people became legal, that has become less of an issue. And so I'm probably seeing and looking at grocery stores and how they have rearranged their inventory, that I'm thinking that the economy might have corrected a lot of these illegal water hauling sources and may have gone away. And I'm concerned about my fellow or former community members in the 3rd district, where a lot of wells have boron in it, so they need to have water delivered. And I think that you'll be seeing more deliveries in areas this year. People may be topping off early. So I hope that you can continue to have conversations. And I sure hope that this does not add an administrative cost to the delivery for domestic water. I'm also concerned with the aspect of what the water hauler has to look for. In other words, if they pull up to a site and there is a tank there that they fill, but they don't see any cannabis, or yet there may be cannabis around the corner that's illegal, who is going to be responsible for reporting that? Is the driver going to know that this is not for domestic house use? So those are some areas that I'm concerned about, and I appreciate your concern in keeping the cost down and having water available for the public. Thank you.
Next in line is Corinne Powell.
Good evening. I do echo some of the comments previously made, so I won't go over them. But I do have a comment and a couple of questions. Earlier in today's meeting, there was discussion, too many topics, I can't remember which one it was exactly, but the board was stating, or the staff, that there will be a significant decrease in cannabis tax revenue in 2022. I'm very interested to know what data has been collected for that prediction and how the data might also inform types of agriculture still existent and water needs. I think that's going to be an important topic. Supervisor Chair Williams did mention the costs and the footprint of hauling water to the coast. I think that absorbing that for residential use is a necessity for many over there. However, here in the valley, I think that we need to be considering the different potential uses between potable water, many fewer trucks available in the general industry for potable water than for, say, ag, fire water, that sort of thing. We need to start triaging potable water, ag water, and recycled water to the recipients for whom it will benefit without contaminant or damage. And because the conversation is always curtailing the illegal water to cannabis growers or I should say the water to illegal cannabis growers. From the comments made by Supervisor McGordy on his bullet points for what the ad hoc is planning, there is still no way to identify in the system proposed what truck is a registered and valid hauling truck and where they're going and to whom they delivered. So as long as you're narrowing in on the cannabis industry, I want it to be really quite obvious to any law enforcement person where the water is going, where it came from. So thank you for extending the conversation on this. I think that the community can offer plenty of suggestions. Thank you.
And next up, we have one voicemail.
Hello, my name is Ellen Drell, and I'm wanting these comments to be read on the discussion item on the 15th of item 5C, the water hauling discussion. Chair Williams and members of the board, thank you for your attention to the matter of regulating both water hauling and the selling of water from
Hey,
private
turn on your thing.
I agree that we should make every effort to have reasonable, workable regulations in place by this summer. However, I think it's premature to direct staff to draft ordinance language and/or to revise the county code today before first inviting interested citizens to be at the table as part of a working group to incorporate our ideas, experience, and research into any draft ordinance or code update language that addresses the issues around water hauling and the interconnected concerns around selling of water from private wells. I'm part of a group of 6 to 8 people from Willits, Covelo, and Redwood Valley that have been meeting for about a month to create draft language for such an ordinance. We feel we're close to having a credible, practical, and enforceable draft ordinance that will substantially eliminate the worst impacts of unregulated water hauling and begin to get a handle on protecting the county's groundwater basins that presently have nothing in place to prevent overdraft and potential impact on neighboring wells. We are prepared now and are asking to sit down with staff and the water extraction ad hoc to present our draft proposal and to continue to work with staff so that the process can go forward with full consideration of citizen concerns. I'm asking that the Board of Supervisors incorporate this request into any action that you take today on this issue. Thank you very much.
That concludes callers on the line. We did have one other person sign up, but they did not call in.
John?
Well, it seems like we should try to have a few more public meetings about this and flesh out, how it will impact water haulers and also create a sustainable plan. So I'm willing to do that.
I want to thank you. Is McGordy with you?
Yes, he is.
All right. And I would ask the ad hoc to, in this analysis, imagine if the county were to enforce the current rules, how much water would we lose that's used for legitimate ag and drinking purposes? I think it would be good to know ballpark. On the coast, I think there's millions of gallons that maybe don't meet the code. And if we were to go enforcing the rules today, we'd have a problem on our hands that some legitimate sources wouldn't have any water available. And I know the county can't afford to haul it. And I don't know if Ukiah is willing to give up that much water, even if we could pay for it. So I think in the analysis, it would be really good to get a ballpark of, if we enforce the rules, how short will we be in gallonage? Any other board comments before we move on? Okay. I don't see any, and I don't hear a motion. So Should we accept this presentation and the ad hoc will continue?
Yes, please.
Okay. We're on to CEO report. Item
Chair
4.
Williams, thank you. I will not go through the CEO report at this late hour. The board has it, the public has it. I just want to say thank you to this board for the opportunity to serve. It's been a great 15 years. Thank you.
Thank you. 4G, do we have a ledge platform update?
Not this evening. Thank you.
Last item, 5D, Supervisors Reports. Do we have any reports other than those already submitted in writing? No. So I think if everybody's all right with it, we're ready to adjourn.
Thank you. Great job, everybody.
All right, meeting adjourned.
Thank you.